We are back at Teesside for round 3 of the British Drift Championship 2022. And the title fight is really hotting up with just 7 points separating the top 3 drivers. At the last round, Sam Nolan and Chrissy Nayland reversed their first round positions and lead the table with just 3 points separating them. But they need to keep an eye on Craig Mcleod as he is looking to take that King of Consistency crown this year with 2 top 5 finishes. But with just 7 drivers separated by 24 points, the championship is still wide open.
Thanks, Michelle, and it really is shaping up to be a great season, a very close season, Mike. Here we have the full championship table.
Like, as you can see, Mike, from 7 to 1, it's very open there. And when you have Christian Aidan in second position, already out after qualifying due to mechanical failure, Sam Nolan was very lucky to get back in to keep his championship fight alive.
Yeah, just about scraping it in there. Well, we've got our top qualifier today was Jack Mcwinney, 91.67.
Yeah, that new build that the guys are after doing, the engine setup, it seemed to work, and they're here to fight this season.
Yeah, definitely. And Josh Payne, currently sat in 12th position in the championship, qualified in second place for 90.33. We are going to have some mad stuff today. So
that's the standings, Mike, and before we get started, we're just going to take a quick look at our line for this afternoon.
Yeah, so our line is a very fast entry, quick big flick into clip 1 and then an inside clip for clip 2. Judges want to see a smooth transition into our first braking zone, which is clip 3, and it's an outside line from there all the way around to clip 4, Mike.
From there, they want a nice, smooth transition all the way out deep to 5. From 5, you can push to a mid-track for the second hairpin, which will line you up perfect for clip 6. And then after 6, they can start to tuck to the inside of the track. And as you can see, we got an inner clip 7, just before the finish, and then taken out over the line. Yeah. And do you know what, Mike, just to show everyone at home what's going on, look how crazy this onboard armature skeleton from yesterday is. And this is real-time speed. Yeah. Just look at them reactions and what's going on in that car.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. So it looks really smooth from the track preview on top, but inside the car, you can see there's a huge amount of work needed to be done to these drivers, an incredible amount of skill just to get the cars around the track in such a fashion. It really is something to behold. So let's have a look at our battle tree today. What are you looking forward to?
Straight away, Heat 3, Jack Coburn, Danny Wyman. 2 very, very, very good chase drivers.
I knew you were going to say
That's going to be a good one. I'm excited to watch that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the first heat, actually, Jack Mcwinney and Michael Bennett. Yep. I think that's going to be a very good track, and I know you're going to be looking forward to Max Fleckney and Mitchell Gibbons.
Mitch Gibbons, you know, like 2 guys who are, you know, really pushing hard this year, and I think Max is going to have a tough start if he wants to keep his championship fight alive.
Yeah, and one that's going to be amusing to watch is Josh Holdsworth and Matt Smith. Josh Holdsworth in that car, absolutely smashing it after jumping into it at the end of practice. So we've got Josh Payne versus Joe Smith straight up in Heat 9 there. It's going to be some action. There's definitely some sparks flying.
Yeah, young Clark Hatton versus Paul Howell. I think that's going to be very good. One, Clark is killing it today, qualifying 3rd. He is absolutely delighted, and I can't wait to see him in the belts.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well, we'll be back with all of that action right after this.
Drifting can be the most demanding motorsport in the world. My name is June Main. The high RPMs required to keep my tires spinning and rubber burning are brutal on engine oil. That's why Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer was formulated for performance on the track and the highway. Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer keeps my power on for split-second decisions, making every shift and turn count. When it comes to my engine and engine oil, I give it every advantage with Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer.
Link ECU produce standalone engine management technology with a range of products that allow you to unleash the power of your engine. Acting as your car's brain, our ECUs control electronic fuel injection and ignition. A magnitude of sensor inputs and outputs ensure your engine exceeds your expectations. Built-in safety features guarantee engine protection, and data logs keep you informed on its performance. Smoke your tyres and not your engine with a world-leading Link ECU.
Tarmac Sports.
So here we are at a very dry, warm Teesside today. I was going to say sunny, but it's a tiny bit overcast.
If you commentators curse that dryness, I'm telling you, we're going to fall out, pal.
Quivering.
I'm shaking in my boots.
Quivering, Mike.
Right, we're ready. It's Pro 2 battles. It's the top 32. And first up, we've got Jack Mcwinney, our top qualifier, to lead in Michael Bennett.
Yes, this should be an absolutely fantastic start to our top 32 battles today. Jack Mcwinney in the lead position in the left-hand side, both in E36 BMWs.
Actually, 46 is Mike.
46 BMWs. Thanks, Mike, for that one.
You would have did it to me.
Yeah,
so
you
definitely would have. So
100%.
Leave your feelings outside of the trailer.
Right, we wait for our track marshal, the smiley Lee Colgate Lawrence, to give the go-ahead. Jack Mcwinney to lead in, Michael Bennett. Let's see what these guys can do. And a big thick entry from Jack Mcwinney. Michael Bennett being left in the dust a little bit. Can he make up some ground as Jack Mcwinney makes a big... He's right on the line. Michael Bennett's just about climbing in the... closing up the gap. I'm fumbling, Mike. You need to help.
It's okay, Jack Mcwinney's starting to pull the gap there now. It's Michael Bennett is doing absolutely anything to try and stay with that silver E46. Yeah, just a little bit of straightening in the start first section of the battle, and then the little mess up in the last hairpin from Michael possibly puts a bit of an advantage to Jack.
Yeah, Jack Mcwinney was on a pretty good lead line there. Michael Bennett got a little bit left behind to start off with, caught up in the middle, and then got left again at the end. So let's swap them around and see if Jack Mcwinney can keep a consistent gap between the two drivers.
I honestly think he can. Jack is just on another level. He's just leveled up as a driver. He's so confident in his new setup, and that's dangerous. It's a dangerous combination. A confident, good car, good driver.
Don't curse him now, Michael Bennett. The lead line could be absolutely fantastic, and Jack could be in the tyres, you know.
You never know.
Well, let's find out. So Michael Bennett, cool, calm, collected behind the wheel of that BMW. Off they go.
So starting is the signal. It's Michael Bennett to lead. It's Jack Mcwinney to chase. Michael Bennett coming in. Tentative initiation. Jack's leading back. Maybe not too much. He could let Michael pull a gap. Now as we see Jack putting foot to floor, trying to reel him into the diesel zone. Michael starting to cut the track a bit there, Mike, but Jack is doing exactly what he was asked, staying on that proper qualifying line.
Yeah, Michael Bennett on a decent line. A little bit of a fault there. Jack Mcwinney not quite getting the proximity that we were hoping for, especially over the line, falling back a little bit. A bit similar to the... Quite similar to the previous battle, Mike.
The question is you know, Jack didn't have the proximity, but did Michael cut the track to gain that proximity? Mere commentators, we're just speculating here, guys. We're just speculating.
That's going to be a very tough one to judge. I can feel a one more time coming already, Mike. And this is the first run.
That's the tone for the weekend, and it's going to be one of those weekends.
It is. I feel maybe. Well, let's see what the judges have to say. Oh, winner is Jack Mcwinney. I was completely wrong, and he should go through to the top 16. And that'll be the end of the day for Michael Bennett, I'm afraid. Probably, in retrospect, he probably didn't quite have the proximity there.
And he had a big straightening in the first half as well.
Yeah,
so
that's where we go. Right. I've been wrong twice already, Mike, and we've only had one battle. So.
I'm not surprised. Okay, next up we have Sam Nolan to lead and Mike Jackson to chase. So Sam Nolan leading the championship. He lost his diff for the first run. He found it for the second run somehow. Maybe just went out to the shop, came back. He is doing absolutely everything to try and keep this trophy championship alive. And really excited to see this one because Mike Jackson is a phenomenal chase driver.
Yeah. Oh. A red flag. I'm not 100% sure what is going on here.
Go on, Mike, stick your head out the window and see, can you see it?
I can't see anything going on here.
Sam's car is shut down, his harness is coming off. Mike, I think Sam Nolan maybe is after breaking the car. I'm not sure now, I'm only speculating that. We need to hear confirmation from our marshals.
It looks like Sam Nolan is going to the back of his car, checking out what's going on. I can see out of the window here the marshals talking back to the tower. Hopefully we will get news of what's going on.
It goes from the track to the tower to the trailer, okay? We'll get there. Eh?
Yeah. No, he's waving his hands.
Waving his hands.
Like it's it.
The diff exploded, just confirmed. Oh, that's really, really harsh for Sam. After all the work to get back out for the qualifying run, he didn't even get the first half of the battle in. But, yeah, that's really, really after opening up this Pro 2 Championship.
Yeah, so Mike Jackson goes through now.
Yeah,
really
you can tell by Sam's body language, he's just devastated. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Sam Nolan, absolutely giving it everything to try and get back out for the second qualifying run, and just unfortunate mechanical gremlin strike again, Mike.
Yeah, too true. Just happens all too often in the game of drifting, unfortunately.
The game of drifting, I like that one.
The game of drifting.
Mind games of drifting.
I'm not sure a broken diff is a mind game.
No.
Unless
It just sounds better, okay?
unless Mike Jackson's got some telepathy stuff going on that we don't know about. Just
Break the diff.
no, I definitely don't think Mike Jackson would be the kind of person who want to do that either.
He doesn't want to win like that, definitely not. But it's just an unfortunate scenario for everyone. But we see our recovery truck passing by our truck, so Sam will be recovered off the track, and we shall get going in a couple of moments.
We will indeed. Hopefully they can get that car
Who's next?
moving pretty quickly.
Who's our next battle while we're sitting there waiting?
Whilst we're sitting waiting, it is Jack Coburn versus Danny Wyman. Danny Wyman returning to the sport after some time away. And Jack Coburn, he's been doing pretty well recently.
Jack's doing fairly well, yeah. He had a really, really good round last time as well.
Yeah.
Very, very good chase driver. I'm excited for this battle now because there are two guys that and any day can take it.
Yeah, Danny Wyman was looking very good in the chase position in practice. Not that you can win practice, mind, but
Well, look,
he was definitely trying.
if you could win practice,
He would have won
he would have won practice, in my opinion. What a cool shot of Teesside, isn't it?
It's a very nice shot. Right. See the car loaded up. Does it even move? Do you reckon they can push it? Is it completely locked up?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it broke or it just locked.
Came to a rather abrupt halt, didn't he?
Yeah. And we were there thinking it was like a false start or something like that.
Yeah, I thought it
because it was very strange how it happened. I wonder, could we see a replay of just the two cars leaving the line and see this? Can you notice it happening?
Can you see? Yeah. Can you see
Can you just see
a breakage, or do they lock it? Does it lock up or anything? So like,
We'll find out now.
you can find out.
You seen the jump of the car there at the back, obviously when he went for the gear change.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, it broke just as soon as he let the clutch off from that upshift. Game over. Yeah, let's go. So whilst we're waiting for this car to get loaded up, let's have a look at Jack Coburn's qualifying run again. This will give us a little bit of a chance, a little bit of an insight into what his lead run is going to be like in the battle.
Yeah, I remember this one. This was a good run. I really enjoyed this. Watch the flick, absolutely.
So the chase driver is really going to have to look out for that flick when they enter as well, because you can get caught up on the wrong side of the track. And yeah, nice and deep there from Jack Coburn. Well, that'll make it very easy for Danny Wyman to chase. It looks like Danny Wyman's going to have a good time against this, as long as he can keep up with Jack Coburn. It's not a slow car, although Danny Wyman, that PS is not slow either, is it?
No, it's about 450 brake horsepower. He got more power, I know, just there a couple of months ago, so fingers crossed it's enough.
I think Danny Wyman's going to have a lot of fun in the chase position, and Jack Coburn is going to have to pedal pretty hard to keep up with Danny Wyman. That's my prediction. That might not be right.
Mike's top tips there, is it?
I've been wrong many times
Many
already,
times.
and we've only just started this round.
Yeah.
And I've already been wrong many times. So let us take a look. Get these guys lined up. They're warming up their tyres now. That is Danny Wyman there. How much camber Danny Wyman has on his front wheels, so that when he turns in and he gets total contact patch of the front tyre on the ground when he's turning in. But all cars are different, so they like different amounts of camber, and Danny finds this works well for him. So let's have a look. Jack Coburn, see that big flick entry Danny Wyman was prepared for as well. Makes a dive now as they come into clip 3. Jack Coburn on a very nice wide line. Danny Wyman taking full advantage, taking his bumper off on the back, goes slightly wider than Jack Coburn, makes a dive again for the second hairpin. So Jack Coburn puts the hammer down up the hill. Danny Wyman falling back ever so slightly, but makes a dive again as they come from clip 7 across the line.
Danny was not letting him go anywhere on that one. He absolutely pedalled that PS13, but that was a lovely lead line from Jack.
Yeah.
Very, very good lead line from Jack, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be judging this one.
let's flip him around and see if Jack can keep up with the pace of Danny Wyman. The other way around, because we've seen when Jack can keep up, he is a fantastic chase driver. That's a bigger car, that BMW.
You're just going through all the facts here, Mike, aren't you, in your head? One's from Japan, one's from Germany. Oh, it's going to be a tough one.
Fall out of people real quick. Go off people.
Yeah?
Really quick.
Nice.
Right, Danny Wyman to lead out Jack Coburn in the chase position. Here they go. Leave the line.
So it's Danny coming down, but look at Jack. He's tucked in right beside him. Right as much as close as Danny. Danny's starting to pull a bit of a gap. See, Jack, he's doing absolutely anything to catch him coming into that D-cell zone. It's a lovely lead line from Danny Wyman. Coming through into the last hairpin. Not as much proximity probably as it was the other way around. It's a nice run from both guys. Jack's just doing absolutely anything to try and steer with that BS13.
Yeah, so Jack just struggling with the pace a little bit. Cut the track quite a few times to try and catch up with Danny. Danny seemed like he was on a pretty good lead line. Possibly could have been a little bit deeper in a couple of clips, but yeah, I mean, you're really picking at straws. We will see what the judges have to say about that. Fantastic looking car, though, Jack Coburn's got.
Yeah. They both are, though.
They are. They're in their own way. They're both really good looking cars. I do like an E30. And there we have it. The winner is Danny Wyman, and he goes through to our top 16. Now, unfortunately, Jack Coburn just not quite having the pace for that battle. So we will move it on. We have Crazy Craig Mcleod and Sean Curry. Sean Curry, new to the British Drift Championship in his GT86.
Yep.
Craig Mcleod's been around for a couple of seasons now.
Consistent Crazy Craig.
Consistent improvement as well.
Yeah. Top 5 so far this year.
He's doing very, very well.
Yeah. So it'll be Craig to lead and Sean to chase. Hear the screams that GT86 is trying to lead the line. Maybe trying to play some affiliation games. But look at Craig, absolutely throwing in a big flick. I think maybe Sean on around a small bit, but Sean doing a good job now, trying to get back on the door of that S14, throwing on massive angle.
Too much angle.
Just getting it all wrong, unfortunately. But Craig Mcleod finishing off this run, just Mr. Consistent, doing what he does. Sean doing absolutely everything to get back into it, but you know, after that big overall, it's going to be hard.
It's going to be a tough one to overturn. I mean, Craig's going to have to make quite a big mistake behind Sean to overturn the result of that so far. So let's get the lines back up again. As they crawl very slowly back to the start line, obviously trying to cool their cars down a little bit. They're not in a rush. They're
talking to their spotters.
Yeah.
And they always pretend like we don't know what they're doing, but we know exactly what you're doing, lads. You're instructed and briefing to, as quick as possible, get back.
Again, oh yeah, this is as quick as the car goes. No.
No. It definitely goes quicker than that. I've seen you enter into that first corner. So we'll switch them around. I would be assuming a big advantage to Craig, Mike.
One would assume, yes.
One would assume.
Start line Marshall, just double checking everything there is as it should be. Adding a couple of zip ties just to be extra short. We don't have bumpers departing down the track. Cable ties the backbone of drifting.
Yeah. How to be a successful drifter? Get a cable tie sponsor. Sean to lead, it's Craig to chase. As we see that GT86 absolutely screaming coming down the straight. But look at Craig Mcleod. Sean coming in very, very fast. Maybe Craig just hanging back that small bit because he knows he has a bit of an advantage. And the same again. Unfortunate for Sean Curry. Them tyres. and tyres. Lads are carrying just too much pace. We see Craig just absolutely using this as, you know, it's basically another practice run, getting ready for the top 16.
And Sean is well on top of those tyres this time. I fear that may take some time to sort out, Mike.
Just a common problem here, isn't there?
It would appear that way, Mike.
It would appear that way. So we see Craig making his way down for the results.
I think it's pretty clear. Look, it's completely...
Everybody in Teesside, give Sean a huge round of applause. This is his second competition in this car, third day out. He's really just learning it in front of our eyes, and we hope to see him back at another round soon.
And there we go. Craig Mcleod obviously gets the win and
moves
goes
on
through into the top 16. We will wait now.
You just see a replay here.
Yeah,
Sean coming in a bit too hot. That was it. Once you just the tyres get under, look, the wheels, they all just bounce up, and there's nothing you can do. You're just stuck there then.
It's just as soon as you catch that concrete, it's just so much slippier than tarmac, and that's it. You're on the top of the tyres. So we see the recovery truck roll past us once again, Mike.
Could be another round that the recovery truck does the most laps.
The trackmaster's trying to preempt getting that tyre wall back into the correct position again. If you've got a bit of time today, make sure you make your way down to the Nova stand and just have a go at their simulator.
Had a quick go on the lunchtime. It's good.
Have a see what it's like for these guys in real life. Well, as close as you can get to it without it costing you a lot of money.
Yeah, no, John Smith there and all the Novus guys are bringing it over.
So Michelle is down with Max Fleckney.
So Max, I know how much you love live interviews, so I'm so glad to be here giving you one now. I have to say, obviously, this year's going a hell of a lot better for you than last year, but you also have come up upon the tyres this weekend so far as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I've met them. Yeah, you've got to push hard to find out where you're going to go off, so we've found out where we're going off, and hopefully we've got it about right now.
And obviously with Sam and Chrissy out, where you are in the positions at the moment, there could be a chance you could be making top 3 today.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully.
And you're up against Mitch Gibbons next. How do you feel about that?
Happy, ready, yeah. Ready to go.
He's also been very consistent, so I actually think this will be a really good battle.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully.
And the car been behaving well? I mean, as I said, I saw you pulling out the car yesterday after a little trip into the tyres and then unfortunately got hit. But other than that, is the performance going well?
Yeah, the car's going well. It's just a bit warm in here, really.
To be fair, I can feel the heat now. You're keeping...
There's heat, so the quicker they get this car off the track and let us go, the better, really, because I'm just roasting.
Okay, well, I'll go and catch up with Mitch and see if he thinks he's feeling the same.
Thank you, cheers.
Max Fleckney, a
man of few words is all I'd say.
I would say a man who prefers to let his driving do the talking.
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah, 100%.
Oh, we're moving on to Mitch Gibbons now.
So Mitch, hope you've got a few more words than what Max Fleckney has, but you've been looking extremely consistent all weekend so far. Incredible driving. Are you making it look easier, or are you actually fighting the car?
Well, we've been suffering from quite a lot of problems this weekend, so we'll just have to see. I don't know if my second gear is on its way out, so I'm going to try and give this a rolling start, but I don't know. We just have to see how it goes.
I like how modest you're being, obviously a very young driver, but you really are turning heads out there, so it is great to see. How are you finding the track? I think everyone's finding it quite difficult. Obviously you're going in at such speed and having such a quick decel zone. Is that something you've struggled with, or you're enjoying the challenge?
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, especially how quick it is, so yeah, it's difficult.
I'm guessing you're suffering with the heat as well in here, are you?
Oh yeah, it's boiling. I have to chuck water over myself sometimes.
And is the car okay? Is she overheating or is she running well?
I mean, when I left the pits, it was misfiring. I did a couple pulls down the back and it's magically working, so I don't know.
Oh no, so it's going to be just fingers crossed and hope for the best in this battle then.
Yeah, hopefully. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, hopefully you won't be sitting here for much longer. I think we're trying to get the track ready as quickly as possible. So over back to you, Mike and Mike.
Thanks, Michelle. So there you have it. You hear from both guys. A few words, but their driving's going to do the talking. So while we're waiting on Sean Curry's car to be recovered here, I just want to have a quick conversation with you, Mike. There was something you might have missed at round 2. I don't know if you're aware of this, okay, but the British Drift Championship at this moment in time are currently holding a raffle. And a raffle for a drift car. It's a 350Z turbo, fully ready to go competition, £30 to enter, and you actually get a 3 days of tuition with Yogi and PH Drift as well.
Sounds like a no-brainer.
Sounds like a no-brainer. Like, if there's over 75% of the tickets gone and we're trying to do this raffle next week, and you're sitting here waiting on this car to be cleared off the track, what are you going to do, Mike Walton?
I'll probably play that raffle.
Probably get off your phone. You can't do it. You're staff. That's the rule.
Oh.
You just keep plugging it like me and you get percentage. I know, everyone there, make sure head to the British Drift Championship website, go to the raffle, buy tickets, help support the championship.
100%. Get those raffle tickets bought. 350Z. Best car ever, I had.
We're just going to let it go now. We're just going to let it go now, okay? We've got 2 days of this.
So they are having some trouble, it would appear, getting Sean Curry's car off the track. So, whilst they are struggling with that, Michelle is down with Josh Holdsworth.
So Josh, I was absolutely gutted to hear about your engine until I saw you going out in the Corvette. I'm pretty sure you're also not very gutted now.
I'm probably as surprised as you are to see me in this car. I said to Dave, I don't want to do it, and before I knew it, he pretty much picked me up and shoved me in and said, go and drive the thing, and have some fun.
See, Mike Leeson said this looks like it's easy to drive, but I beg to differ. This is a lot to get used to in a very short amount of time, right?
So it's twice the size engine, it's twice the size as a car, the steering wheel's on the other side of the car. I'm not sure you could get two opposites if you tried.
I have to say, in qualifying though, it looks like you were getting used to it really quick, and you looked on fire when you're in your car. So honestly, I've got high hopes for you today, so I hope you are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So there we are, Josh Holdsworth, happy to be driving that Corvette today.
I think we're all excited to see Josh in a battle in the Corvette.
He's still going to be gutted that his car's not working,
yeah,
because he was really starting to jump.
He was
that
on
car
it in that car.
He's a bit gutted that he's not driving his own one, but as a second place prize, the Corvette's not bad.
If your car blows up and someone hands you a Corvette, you're obviously going to take it, so, you know, take it while you can. So we see
carbon fibre Corvette as well.
I think it's carbon Kevlar, but you can't tell because they wrapped it up, so it just looks like a painted panel or a fiberglass panel, but it is carbon Kevlar, I know that.
It looks like they have nearly cleared.
Poor Johnny Irwin sitting at home crying, going, my poor GTA 6. Well, it was your GTA 6, Johnny. John's now.
Sold now. So they'll get that winched up, and the tyre will back into space. Oh, he's going to drive it off the track.
Can we just get a huge round of applause to all our BDC track team, our recovery team, doing the best they can to make this as quick as possible and get the show back on the road for our entertainment.
So let's get the next two drivers lined up. Max, Fleckney, and Gibbons. The tyres are already warm, unless they're going to warm the tyres back up again. I imagine they are going to do that. So 454 horsepower LS3 versus 400 horsepower SR20 in Mitch Gibbons' car.
So we see Max just in the burnout box, warming his tyres.
I think Max Fleckney's car only weighs a ton.
Yeah.
Even with that V8 in it.
It's probably most of the way is the V8 as well, I'd say.
That's very light.
He could just have made that up to wind you up now as well.
Could be a fib.
Yeah.
Tactics. Thinking maybe there might be a bit of fibbing going on.
Let's get the scales. We'll go down afterwards. We'll weigh it up and see what's going on.
I want to weigh up.
Yeah.
He's warming his tyres up, scrubbing the front tyres off as well. That's why he's understeering dramatically from post to post. That's to try and scrub the rubber off of the front tyres and get some warmth into the front tyres as well, as they are just as important as the rear tyres. Keeping you on the track. Right, let's get them lined up. Max Fleckney to lead out Mitch Gibbons. Star Marshal gives the go ahead and away they go. Thundering it down into the first clip. One huge flick from Max Fleckney, a little bit of a contour there. Mitch Gibbons getting lost just a tiny bit. Is he going to make a dive as they come down into clip 3? He does make a dive onto the rear quarter of Max Fleckney. It's a tiny little bit of a gap now. Max Fleckney's going to try and get some space in between the two. Mitch Gibbons not giving him too much room to get away now. Can he keep up as they go up the hill? Look at all that smoke. Yeah. Mitch Gibbons clawing back that proximity as they cross over the line.
Very, very good lead run there from Max. Mitch was in and out with proximity, but he wasn't really that consistent, but he didn't do too much wrong in the chase position, so it should be close enough after the first half of that one, Mike.
Yeah, I think, just it could have been a little bit more proximity, but apart from that, pretty good. Right, swapping around. Max Fleckney not messing around at all. He doesn't need to talk to his spotters, Mike. He is straight back to the start-finish line.
Yeah. He knows that he just needs to get close and stick with him. Mitch is a good driver. You can trust him going in, and he's going to go in fast. That poor... oh, look at that really cool retro auto sticker there in the window. That's savage. I wonder where he got that one.
I have a feeling you know, Mike.
Look, you're doing shameless plugs 24/7, bud. I'm doing the same. As we see smiles from both guys, they're ready to go.
There you go. Mitch Gibbons getting his head in the game. He's in the lead position this time. Max Fleckney is going to chase out. Let's get start line marshal. I'm not sure where our start line marshal is at the minute. Just checking over the car, no doubt. Yeah.
Yep, there he is.
Here we go.
Did you see his orange runners to go with his orange jumpsuit? He was really proud of these this morning when he was telling me this. Colgate, he always keeps me a mic entertained. As both cars leave the line, you see Mitch leading in, Max to chase. Big flick from Mitch, but look at Max, he's right there. He's putting the foot down now, starting to pull a small bit of gap. Max is doing absolutely anything, and Mitch watches. What? Oh no! Oh no!
Okay,
just...
That's a bit of a problem. Check, he's okay.
Make sure and kill that car, guys. Make sure and kill that car. Mike, you see it just happened so easy, man.
So we can get a thumbs up from that driver.
Yeah, we need to get clarification that Mitch is okay and he's out of the car. This is the side of drifting we don't want to see. Like, we really, this is not it. We're all here. At the end of the day, it's a hobby, it's fun, it's a weekend away. Like, we don't want people going home getting hurt.
Credit to the track staff. So
they were straight in there instantly.
It was like 2 seconds after the rollover, they were there with fire extinguishers.
Okay.
So the marshals have got him out of the car.
Huge round of applause, everyone, for Mitch Gibbons. Absolute, just putting it all on the line for our entertainment, and just so unfortunate that it had to end that way. Yeah. As we see Max Fleckney, that probably would have been a scary one for Max as well, like following him in there. He just, watched it happen.
Yeah, so let's get we've seen Mitch Gibbons on his feet yet, so the medical team on the scene. We're just tentatively waiting.
Yeah,
to make sure everything's okay. So when we say, Mike, these guys are putting everything on the line for this competition,
they are putting
we're not joking.
No.
They really are.
You've seen
putting
that.
Absolutely everything.
Here's
on
the
line.
replay. You just see, look, just drop one wheel. That was it. Car jumped a bit, but once he hits the tyres, yeah, just unfortunate. It just went over. Yeah, honestly.
Just far too wide. Just hits that concrete, the grass.
We all know the risks when you get into the drift cars of what can possibly go wrong, but when you actually see it like this, you know, we don't want to see that happen to anyone.
Any news on whether he's okay?
Okay, so while we're just getting this tidied up, we're just going to go to a quick holding screen, Mike, and we'll be back shortly.
Drifting can be the most demanding motorsport in the world. My name is June Main. The high RPMs required to keep my tires spinning and rubber burning are brutal on engine oil. That's why Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer was formulated for performance on the track and the highway. Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer keeps my power on for split-second decisions, making every shift and turn count. When it comes to my engine and engine oil, I give it every advantage with Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer.
Link ECU produce standalone engine management technology with a range of products that allow you to unleash the power of your engine. Acting as your car's brain, our ECUs control electronic fuel injection and ignition. A magnitude of sensor inputs and outputs ensure your engine exceeds your expectations. Built-in safety features guarantee engine protection, and data logs keep you informed on its performance. Smoke your tyres and not your engine with a world-leading Link ECU.
Tarmac Sports.
so we are back after that incident. I can confirm Mitch Gibbons is okay. I would say he's in top form, but he is okay, and that is due to the track staff, the
medical team, everyone, recovery team. There was such fast response for that. Like, it's a credit. It's a credit to all the BDC staff. Well done, guys.
Yeah, so that has all been cleared up now, and we will move on to our next battle, which is Josh Holdsworth in this flamboyant, I'll describe it as flamboyant Corvette.
Oh, I love the way you're trying to make me laugh to bring the move back up a bit and all like that. Now, that is a great way of describing that car. A flamboyant Corvette. I like that one.
It is a flamboyant Corvette. It's got pink and all sorts.
It's got pink and a flaming tiger thing. I don't know what it is.
Flamboyant is what it is. And he is against Matt Smith in that M3 powered BMW E46. Let's get them lined up. Track Marshall will give the go-ahead. Josh Holdsworth to lead, Matt Smith in the chase position as they hammer down into clip one. A massive flick there from Josh Holdsworth, and Matt Smith. Josh Holdsworth, just couldn't quite hold on to it. Well, wow, the commitment coming into that first corner was absolutely unbelievable. Josh Holdsworth still pedaling the car, keeping it in a nice and tight around the outside. Matt Smith trying to make a dive again through the second part of this battle. It's that mistake that he had so much commitment at the start there, Mike.
That was a brilliant lead line from Josh. Like, credit to Josh, very, very good. But Matt Smith on that dive was just, he knew he was outpowered. He's like, I got to tuck myself in there. And maybe he just came in that little bit too hot and scared himself.
Yeah, I think he tucked himself just a tiny little bit too much. Can we get a replay of that, the first part of that battle there, just whilst they're lining up, just quickly, just to see if he did get himself tucked up? Right, let's go. As they come into first corner, big flick, jumps in nicely, comes in.
Yeah, see, he just touched the brakes.
He just lost it a little bit, unfortunately. So that was, would appear to be entirely Matt Smith at fault with that. So let's move on to the second part of this battle. Matt Smith in the lead position and Josh Holdsworth in the chase. So Josh probably doesn't have to push too hard, but cannot let Matt.
Yeah, can't let that. We see Matt to lead, Josh to chase. They come tearing down the straight. Josh is sitting there patiently waiting, tucks in beside them. Look at that! The gap from that Corvette now. Josh 1 foot to floor. Doing well not to make contact on that transition. Josh is back in the fight now as they come into the first hairpin. Not as much proximity as you want to see, but there may be a slight advantage, Mike. Lovely transition for both drivers. Matt Smith is not going to foot wrong in his lead position, but Josh needs to now close the door and get right up beside him. Oh, and a straight from that E46. Just as they were coming up to the last clip. I'd say now that one will be Josh's.
Yeah, just a couple of mistakes from Matt Smith, even in the lead position there. Josh Holdsworth not really wanting to get too close, understandably, to the back end of Matt Smith's car. Matt Smith's usually pretty spot on, doesn't really kind of make these mistakes, maybe the pressure's getting to him. That flamboyant, can we say, Corvette in his rearview mirror may be a little bit off-putting.
It's all the colours, you just got distracted. There's too many colours on the side.
And we can confirm Josh Holdsworth takes the win and goes through to our top 16, and that unfortunately is the end of the day for Matt Smith. Let's move on to our next battle. We have Drift.
Oh look, it's another Matt and another Josh.
Oh yeah, another Matt and Josh.
There you go.
This time the Matt's going to lead out first. So Matt Holder, aka Drift Smurf. Doesn't take much imagination to work out where that came from. And Josh Malone in the chase position. Both pretty similar power cars here. Matt Holder's probably got a little bit of a weight advantage, being a bit lighter and a bit smaller car. So this could be a very close and interesting battle as they leave the line. Matt Holder, big entry, not quite as exuberant as we've seen in the past. Josh Malone making a dive now as they come into the top hairpin. Lots of big rotation, not too much speed from Matt Holder, but Josh Malone not taking too much of an advantage of that. Should be diving on there. A little bit scrappy from Josh Malone in the chase position as Matt Holder seems to drive away as they come over the top of the hill.
Yeah, I think you might have been right there. Matt Holder did a good job. Maybe a little bit scrappy by Josh Malone at times, so it'll probably affect him with the judge's decision.
Right, so again, swapped around. We get Josh now in the lead position. Matt Holder. Seen some good stuff from Matt in the chase position, so I'm interested to see how they get on here. I'd say both similar horsepower.
It's going to be a close one.
I reckon it could be.
Could be a close one, yep. So just as we wait both cars to arrive on the line. And this time it's Josh to lead and Matt Holder to chase.
So Josh now to lead out Matt Holder. We wait for our start line marshal to get the go ahead. To receive and give the go ahead. There we go. Off the line.
So as we see both lines lead, big flick from Josh, but look at Smurf, he's tucked in right beside that IS200. Josh Malone not carrying huge angle through that first section, maybe just trying to get away from Matthew Holder. Holder's now putting the foot down, trying to stay in with him. Josh is looking a bit slow. Smurf can seem to get boxed in there, Mike, so he had to dial off his angle to avoid contact. It's not really the cleanest run from both guys, but they're pushing hard, trying to get two cars over the line. It's going to be a tough one to judge, like.
It's a little bit scrappy. I imagine the proximity Matt had
would be enough
against Josh. Probably will be enough, but we'll wait for the judges to see.
Watching the replay here now, Josh Malone just not carrying as much angle through the first section, like.
I know, but Matt Holder seems to be a little bit straight. Cuts the track again here. Cuts the track massively to jump back on the door of Josh Malone. It's a little bit of a straight in from Matt again. Just as they come through these two bits, the car seems to be lurching around quite a lot. It's having to do quite a lot of work to keep on the rear quarter, but he makes a dive again as they come up the hill and closes up that proximity as they come over the line. We wait judge's decision. I'm just going to have another little look at the replay of our first run, where
judges obviously want to just look back, see both runs.
Yeah, see the difference in proximity. That's Matt Holder nice and wide. Josh does make a good nice dive on in a couple of places, so he makes a nice dive there as well. Tries to get back on the door, but just leaves him. Just the proximity just isn't quite there.
Yeah, but there's mistakes on both sides.
There is mistakes.
Both halves of the battle, both drivers have made mistakes. So it kind of actually turns into a battle of the mistakes, or who made the least.
Well, it's up to our judges to make that decision, and not us, Mike, thankfully.
Thank God. We can just sit here and talk about it.
And there you have it, one more time. So it was a mistake for both of the both of them, and they obviously couldn't come to a decision. So we will run that battle again in a moment. I imagine Josh. We are going to move on to the next battle, which is Josh Goodall versus Igis Minelga. There's a lot of Joshes.
I was just about to say, and there should be a petition to Igis to change his name to Matt, because that would be 3 battles of Matt and Josh. Maybe his middle name is Igis Josh.
There's another Josh in the next battle.
Josh Payne as well.
Payne.
There's well too many Joshes here today.
Right.
So we see that 300, some car. And Josh Goodall in that 350C.
Yeah, slight power disadvantage there.
And a rest.
For Josh Goodall, he's going to have his work cut out for him against Igis. We've seen Igis fly around this track earlier today in practice and in qualifying. He was very fast as well. Josh Goodall, though, qualifying harder, so qualifying higher, so obviously more precise on his driving.
Josh Goodall is a very good line driver. He is very good.
Interested to see how this plays out. Nice entrance from Josh Goodall. Igis Minelga giving him a little bit of a gap. Huge angle there from Igis Minelga as he tries to slow down behind Josh Goodall, but straightens up. He isn't managed to maintain the drift behind Josh Goodall, but loads of angle from Josh then. as he came through that second hairpin. Minelga really struggling to keep the car lively behind him as they come over and across the line. Mistakes.
Yep, both sides.
Yeah, I think
Ignis straight and Josh throwing too much
more
angle.
Of a mistake from Ignis there as he comes through. You see massive over rotation from Ignis here, and then he finds himself tucked up. Wow.
Yeah, he's just straight in there to just try and stay in it.
That looked like a mistake on the downshift there. I don't think he could quite get the wheels spinning again, and he almost stalled up completely before getting going. Right, well, let's swap him around. The only problem now is Ignis going to completely drive away from Josh? Because he has a lot more power.
Yeah, Josh.
And that car's a lot faster, and I don't know whether it will actually keep up.
Josh is going to have to stick with him right from the start. He has to tuck in a clip 1 and not leave the side. He can't give him an inch. If he gives him too much of a run in, Ignis could be gone.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Josh's spotter's telling him that. So both cars need to leave. Ignis leave. Josh Goodall to chase. Look at this big flick. It's separation already. This is not what we wanted. There's nothing Josh Goodall can do to only stick on his line.
He's making a dive for it. A little bit too fast on that over rotation. Just couldn't keep up with Ignis. Ignis on the line. He is driving away, and as they come up the hill, I imagine he is just going to further that gap. And yeah, he does as he drives away. Josh Goodall not able to keep up.
Yeah, Ignis nearly with double the horsepower, wasn't it, Mike?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know, what can you do in the transition? You don't have.
You can only do whatever you can and then stick on your ideal qualifying line and just hope for the drift gods to look down on you.
Well, Ignis did make some mistakes in the chase position his time round, so it might not be as clear cut as we first assumed, Mike. We'll wait for the judges to decide, and they do decide. The winner is Ignis Minelga, and unfortunately Josh Goodall is going home.
And we will see Ignis move on to the top 16.
Indeed, next. So
back to the one more time. Matt Holder, Josh Malone, round 2, fight.
Can you do the sound effects as well, Mike?
I probably could. My voice is already starting to go. We're only on Saturday, top 32, so we'll wait till at least top 8 tomorrow and I'll do it for you.
Right, okay, fair enough.
Promise, pinky promise.
Okay. Right, we have a replay of the earlier battle. Not a replay, a rerun, sorry, of the earlier battle.
It's definitely not a replay.
Nope.
This one's live.
Matt Holder versus Josh Malone. Unable to separate the two last time round. Let's see what they can do this time. Matt Holder's lead out. Josh Malone, both of them are going to want to make... Oh, wow! Josh Malone getting it all kinds of wrong on that entry. A massive flick, but straightened from Matt Holder as well. This is
already turning back into another battle of mistakes.
Yeah, another battle of mistakes here, ladies and gentlemen, from both of these drivers. Maybe they're just... I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just getting to the I don't know, but yeah, again, mistakes from both of these drivers, two big ones as well. So,
yeah. Obviously, there would have been a huge advantage to Matt Holder there, but when he came straight through clip 2 heading for 3 in the transition, he just straightened up.
Yeah, so I think it's probably about 50-50. We don't have our power bar here at the minute, Mike, for some reason.
I think that's on holidays this week.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Mac Foss might be filling in for it there now, so he should be around somewhere shouting and indicating stuff.
I see. Okay. So let's turn him around anyway and put Josh Malone in the lead, Matt Holder in the chase, and see if we can get a cleaner run from these two. That's what we really need. Just one clean run, just to decide who actually is better.
And the worst thing is, we know both guys are good drivers.
No, we've seen them in qualifying, and we've seen them battle.
Seen them battle before, yeah.
And yeah, we're not used to them making these sorts of mistakes. But unfortunately, today sometimes it just happens like that.
You'd think Smurf would have a blue helmet, wouldn't you?
Maybe the inside's blue.
Maybe so.
He'll probably paint. Now you said that, he's going to paint it blue.
Do you know what? That's exactly why I said it. So you'd be like, hey, Mike, look what I did.
Here we go, Josh Malone now to lead out Matt Holder. We need very little mistakes. Josh Malone going for that steady flick. Neither of them making massive mistakes, but a huge separation from Matt Holder as he tries to gain some proximity now. Makes the dive onto the corner, but over-rotates in the first hairpin, and Josh Malone just needs to over-rotate there.
Take it home, Josh. Just take it home.
Just get around the rest of the track and...
Yeah, Matt Holder's going to be kicking himself over that. Just, yeah, both guys, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the long break, the pause, whatever, but they just weren't in them runs.
No.
And unfortunately, Matt Holder made the big mistake of over-rotating.
So I imagine we can fairly safely call that one, Mike. Are you confident in that?
No. I'll be 96% confident. That's all you're getting. Anything can happen in that tower.
Well, we can confirm Josh Malone takes the win.
Knew it.
And proceeds through into the top 16, and that is the end of the day for Matt Holder.
So next up we have yet another Josh. It's Josh Payne versus Joe Smith.
Josh and Joe. Next one is JJ. It's just too many J's.
Too many J's.
So BMW E36 M62 B44 supercharged in Josh Payne's car versus the almighty 2JZ in an S13.
The old faithful.
The old faithful 2J S13.
Josh Payne looking very serious there.
Extreme.
Very serious there, but both cars leave the line. It's Josh to lead and Joe to chase. Small bit of separation on the straight. Josh throws in, but look at Joe. Right in the side, Josh Payne there. A lovely first half. Oh, and I don't know what happened on the transition, but he just ended up in the wrong part of the track there, Mike. Starting to try and get back on line now, but a lovely lead line from Josh Payne. He's absolutely killing this qualifying line. Joe's doing absolutely anything he can to stay in the fight, but I think just whatever happened in the transition between 2 and 3 will come back to affect him in the scores.
Yeah, again, just some mistakes going on there. I mean, even Josh Payne coming into 3 locked up all 4 wheels coming into clip 3 there. Let's have a look on the replay. It's quite a nice entry from Josh Payne as Joe Smith sticks onto his rear quarter. Makes a dive there, but it's kind of straight and a little bit slow on that transition. Gets back into it just about. Tries to make another dive again, but doesn't manage to dive through the last bit. But then Josh Payne's straight coming out past clip 6. It's just another battle of mistakes, Mike.
Yeah. Just small little mistakes, but over the whole run, they add up.
Yeah. Alright, let's swap them around.
Okay, so it's Joe to lead this time and Josh to chase. So we see both cars leave the line. Absolutely tearing down the straight, but look at Josh Payne, he's tucked right in beside Joe Smith. Joe Smith is starting to pull a gap on him, Mike. This is not what we were expecting. A lovely lead right now, just pushing a small bit wide. Can he keep it away from the tyres? He does. Gives Josh Payne every opportunity to get back in and get back in the door. What a transition through the smoke from Josh there. Absolutely lovely. Both cars pushing right to the second last clip, and up the hill they go, trying to get the upshifts in through the inner clip and over the finish line.
Yeah, so a much better lead line from Joe Smith that run.
Yeah.
And it allowed Josh Payne to do a better chase run. So because the lead run had much less mistakes, it means the chase has much less mistakes, and this is why we do qualifying, so that we can try and
judge them on their lead run.
Yes, basically, yeah. Right, let's get them lined up and see what our judges think about this.
I think this is another tough one for our judges.
I think they're all going to be tough ones.
Yep.
We haven't had an easy one so far. This has not been an easy day, Mike.
It's not been an easy day.
And I can confirm Josh Payne takes the win for that round, and he will proceed into our top 16. And unfortunately, that is the end of the day for Joe Smith. Up next, we have JJ Stevens in that beautifully prepared R34 versus Miles Marr in the E46 Compact.
There's a bit of a power difference in this one as well now.
Yeah.
there's a bit there. I think JJ was about 750, Miles is 3 something.
Yeah.
But we know Miles is a well-capable driver and he's been throwing it in fast all weekend. I'm really excited about this one. We see both cars lead line, JJ coming screen in the lead, Miles in the chase, bit of a separation already. JJ's maybe using that power advantage, but look at Miles Moore, he's doing anything to stay with him.
Including
cut the track there, put one wheel on the grass.
And he runs wide as well. Oh, just about keeps it in though. But JJ Stevens just seems to be powering on ahead. Loads of not too much pace. Will he drive away up the top? It's a little bit of a little bit slower to let Miles Moore to catch up, but just not quite able to keep up with JJ Stevens. And
yeah, Miles.
I think it was a little bit more track cutting by Miles Moore right at the end there, even though it's a bit difficult to see throughout the smoke. Let's have a look. Yeah,
you see on the first transition now, he actually puts a wheel on the grass.
He
Look,
does.
the dust comes straight up, so the judges will be noticing that. There, yeah, you're right. We both thought he was gone backwards into the tyres there. Maybe because it was a compact, that's why he got away with it. If it was a saloon, he was done.
Almost definitely, yeah. So JJ up the hill and just smoking the place out. Miles not really having the answer to JJ's pace. But we need to swap them around now, and JJ needs to maintain his composure behind Miles, behind the slower car. We get Miles Moore to lead out. JJ Stevens, a nice flick, very nice entry. Miles, no proximity from JJ. What's going on here? Needs to make a dive now, as he does make a huge dive coming into the first hairpin. Not making too much proximity. Needs to make another dive now. As he comes through a little bit straight. There's a drag now up the hill. Miles Moore on a nicely done turn. Coming a little bit too far inside, hitting clip 7. JJ Stevens maintaining the same proximity, not fantastic proximity, but it was fairly
he was there. Miles was very fast at the start of that run, and I think it maybe caught JJ out a small bit, but once it came to the decel zone, that's when JJ could have the advantage and he can get back in.
So let's take a look and see. Oh, I can confirm the winner is JJ Stevens. He will proceed through to the top 16, and sadly end of the day for Miles. Next up we have Ben Mears versus Dermot Canavan. Right, Ben Mears pulled out the bag, a fantastic run right at the end of his qualifying there after not making his first run. Dermot, pretty standard Dermot behaviour this weekend, so both got pretty fast cars.
Yep.
This could be
two well capable drivers. Dermot normally excels in Teesside.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But as you said, you're right. Ben Mears on his last qualifying run, like, just leveled up completely, and I think it got a lot of people off. Like, that was some run. So I hope he can bring that confidence and push on further again.
Well, let's have a look. Ben Mears in the lead. Something fell off the car.
Swing there off the cone, mate. Looks like.
Nice big flick entry. David Canavan, loads of gap, but is he going to make it back? Oh, it makes a dive now as Ben Mears seems to be a little bit all over the place. David Canavan taking advantage of that and diving onto the rear quarter of Ben Mears' car as they come through the final hairpin. A little bit scrappy from both drivers. Is Ben Mears going to drive away from Dermot? He does as they come over the line. So
yes. So what's your theory on that one now? 'Cause I think Ben, he came in really, really, really fast, and maybe Dermot thought he was gone. Look there, it looked like he was gone there, in my opinion, and then it was a decel zone when Dermot gets in, but then Ben just cuts the track completely, like just jumped on the inside, lucky not to take the front off that PS13. Dermot did well to avoid contact, and then he just played with him there towards the end.
I think Ben made it very difficult for Dermot to chase that run, but then Ben did drive away, just used the throttle to drive away at the end of that track. So I'd say Dermot will probably have an advantage after that because Ben Mears cut him off so badly on the first part of the track, Mike. Speculation.
I'm not saying any facts.
Speculation.
We should have a light flashing inside our trailer saying speculating.
Right, let's swap them around. Dermot in the lead position. That vibrant car of Ben Mears into the chase.
As we see Dermot coming down the straight, throwing it in. Starting to put a bit of a gap from Ben. Ben is doing absolutely anything now in the first transition, trying to catch him as they come into the D-cell zone. Both guys come together lovely, avoiding the tyres, steering on that perfect wide line. But look at Ben, he is tucked right in beside that Quinn M Sport S13. And contact there towards the end. Both lads staying in it, doing whatever they can to get the cars over the line.
Oh, fair play to the parents for staying in it.
Ben taking the clipping point as a souvenir there on the bonnet down the road. Wow. Dermot looked like just coming out the second hairpin. He went on too much angle.
Yeah.
And that's where Ben came in the contact. So I don't know, do you deem that Ben's fault? We're going to see here.
I wouldn't say it's. Yeah, well, it was probably Dermot's fault for being slightly too over-rotated, really. But
see here, Ben does a lovely
it's
job
a
to get back
contact. I wouldn't say it's not a major incident. That's definitely for sure. So Dermot, does he come on too much? Yeah, he slows up. You can see him clearly slow up before Ben hits him. So I would say that would be Dermot at fault there. But it's only a light tap, hopefully.
Yeah.
So we'll wait for our judge's decision.
So the judge is obviously having a bit of a discussion about this one, Mike.
We're definitely having a good think about it. Are there sparks flying from
the
tower? That's from the tower. Can you see someone, a judge being thrown over the side there?
It's going to happen.
Having a heated argument up there about to
heated argument.
They do like a heated argument. Those
they
guys.
do.
Yeah. A discussion.
A discussion. A debate.
A debate. Yeah.
Toby acts as a referee up there as well as a track manager.
Well, I think Toby's just sat in the corner going, "Oh, really, guys, again?" This looks like a tough decision
this
to
is
make.
Too tough. Like, if you were to make a call on that, Mike. No, it's too early in the competition for us to start making calls.
Yeah.
I couldn't. There's big separation there. Ben did very well to keep that car on the track.
Yeah, and Dermot did an even better.
To not lose the front of his car
to
there.
not lose his front of his car, yeah. Again, just a few mistakes from both drivers the whole time. It's just not a clear-cut battle.
No.
Like.
Our scrutineer, Brad Wallbank, is just double checking that there hasn't been a result given and no one told him.
Well, definitely no one's told us.
Definitely no one's told us.
Oh, it's a tough decision. What do you reckon? One more time, Mike?
I don't know. I don't know. If someone wins, it's going to be a margin, but like just a small difference, because there is a few mistakes both sides both runs. So
yeah,
we could just do what we all want and send them again.
Yeah, just
send them again. Send them all again.
We want to see more drifting.
Yeah.
So, come on, make a decision.
This is definitely the longest one they've ever had, like. even Brad's starting to get impatient down there.
Oh, and it is a one more time. We could have come to that conclusion a while ago, but that's not for us to make that decision, Mike. So we will send those cars again in the battle, hopefully the battle after next. But up next, we have Jack Bennett versus Mark Chapman.
Mark Chapman still in with the championship fight.
He is.
He's in 3rd place.
Yeah.
First and second are gone.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's quite as on form this round, but I don't know, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Do you know what? That's the motto of today. Anything can happen.
Yeah. I think we would like to calm it down a little bit from the anything.
So we have 2 cars on the line.
Jack Bennett.
To lead.
This is like 3 years old or something.
It's like 3. I think he's a bit older than 3.
4, maybe.
No, yeah, 4.5. So it's Jack to lead. It's Mark to chase. Both cars leave the line. Absolutely coming. But look at Mark Chapman. He's tucked right beside him.
Nice angle from Jack Bennett. Beautiful driving. Look at this.
Carry a big angle down into clip 3, holding it lovely on that wide line all the way.
Nice.
Mark Chapman is tucked in perfectly beside him, not letting him go here. But this lead line from Jack Bennett is really good.
Oh, Mark Chapman. Was that contact?
It was close enough.
Yes, pretty much, yeah. That was some brilliant driving from Jack Bennett. I mean, it wasn't the fastest. There's a lot of angle, a lot of smoke, and a lot of presence on the track.
There's a lot of flair in it.
Yeah,
there was.
Really good fun to watch, and Mark Chapman just getting caught for pace, and not out for pace, but
too much pace, basically.
Too much pace from Mark Chapman right at the end, got himself a little bit caught up. Let's have a look at this again, right from the off. Jack Bennett just throwing on the angle and keeping the smoke on the whole way around. Look at the angle as he comes down into clip 3. Absolutely on the perfect line, on full lock. This, fantastic driving from the young lad.
Yeah,
we come around here. Mark Chapman, I think he got himself a little bit tucked up on the inside. Yeah, just there. Just couldn't quite keep the drift like he wanted to. So, and having to reinitiate right at the end.
Okay, so both cars are swapped around. It is Mark to lead this time and Jack to chase. And here we go, Mike.
Yeah, Mark Chapman popping and banging as he comes flying down the straight there, but seems to be leaving Jack Bennett for dead now as he comes around the past the track. Jack Bennett tried to make the dive, cutting the track a little bit, but Mark Chapman not quite driving away anymore. Jack Bennett just keeping up with him, but Mark Chapman's flying up the hill and away.
Jack,
straight.
Something's happening there. He broke a shaft or something just coming out to clip 6. I can see something hanging down. Oh, no, never mind. That's just a bumper bar in the back. What do I know? I said I slagged myself before you slagged me.
That's Jack and Paul, Mike. They've all got that.
They've all got them. Some of them have a diff, okay? That's the Jack in mind.
Some. Another tough call, Mike.
It's another tough call, like.
Because, again, mistakes on both sides. Well, mistake and breakdown. So the winner is Mark Chapman. Goes through, and unfortunately, that is the end of play for Jack Bennett. Let's hope he can actually move his car. Oh, and he has found a gear, so the car does still move.
Maybe he just missed the upshift, coming out for the last clip. Yeah. It could have just been something, but unfortunately, that's the end of Jack's weekend.
It is indeed. Up next, we have Clark Hatton, the other very young child that's driving today, and Paul Howell.
The not so young child,
Paul Howell. They're not so young, Paul Howell, though he's still a young man. So they lead the track. Clark Hatton qualified in 3rd place, having an absolute blinder of a weekend so far, driving away from Paul Howell. Paul Howell not having an answer at all to the pace of Clark. But Clark Hatton makes a big mistake, and then there's contact and. So.
I don't think it was too big of a contact.
No. They do appear to be stuck together, though.
When 2 BMWs become 1.
Yeah, so Clark just making a mistake going into the tyres, and Paul Howell following.
Is that a 4 Series now, is it?
I don't know what that would it be.
It's a 3 Series and 1 Series together. Sure, it's 4 Series, no?
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
Yeah,
sounds good.
Yeah. It's a saloon though, because one's a coupe and one's an estate. So in the middle is a saloon.
Sorry, Mr. Technical. God, raising your back.
Right, let's have a look and see. Clark just coming over, hitting that concrete. Yeah, just hits his tyres, bounces up. Oh, it's all kinds of.
The back wheel's bent on that, and it was.
There looks like a lot of metal where metal shouldn't be, and yeah, and some not goodness. All right, so let's hope they can drive off of the track, do it. And it doesn't look like they can drive off of the track because we have the recovery truck coming down now.
So yeah, we'll just get the truck down, we get both these cars recovered off the track, and we will resume action very shortly, Mike.
We will indeed. Let's hope at least one of the cars drives. At least one of the cars drives, so Paul Howell's car does drive, so hopefully it's just a short recovery of Clark Hatton's car. I guess he'll have to call a 5-minute rule, Mike, and hopefully get that car fixed in 5 minutes, although that wheel was very bent. Okay, so we can confirm both drivers have called a 5-minute rule. Which means once they get back into their pit area and the car is turned off, they get 5 minutes to work. So Paul Howell will get a competition timeout. So Clark Hatton will have to cut
5 minutes.
Call a 5-minute rule, but Paul Howell, because he was not deemed to be at fault for that accident, he will get a competition timeout, which is like a 5-minute rule, but it doesn't cost you any points.
And it can go on longer than 5 minutes.
It can go on longer than 5 minutes, yeah. We'll get that car. It doesn't look like it wants to move very freely.
No. It might need a bit of persuading.
There's been some action today, Mike.
There's been a lot of action today. Trying to just,
let's have a look at Clark. He's absolutely flying down. Loads of pace. Just a little bit too much. Goes onto that concrete. So as soon as you go onto that concrete, there's just half the amount of grip and you can't control the drift.
Oh, there was a big shunt on the wheels. Did you see that?
Yeah. Kind of bounced up, caught the other car and slammed it back down.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's locked the wheel up or something, I don't know. They are struggling to get that car back up onto the back of the recovery truck.
So while we await this, we've 3 more battles left in our top 32, Mike.
Which one are you most looking forward to, Mike?
I'm looking forward to them all, to be honest with you.
You've got Stu
Edgel and Harvey Moore. I think that'd be a good one, 2 evenly matched drivers.
Danny Mcguire's going very fast today.
Very fast
today.
today.
Very fast. And then we've got
Will
Gibbs versus Andrea Fabri, who we have seen in the tyres already in qualifying. So, judging by the action that we've seen today, we may have more action yet to come, ladies and gentlemen, so stay tuned. We get that car cleaned up. It's definitely a very difficult track.
Yeah.
Mike, to get right. I think if you just put one small step wrong, it all goes wrong.
It's the speed you're carrying through the first section, and you're trying to scrub it off before you end up in tires, basically.
Yeah. Well, we have 2 brave drivers about to throw themselves at that first hairpin. Stu Edgel versus Harvey Moore. Stu Edgel in that wonderfully presented car. He has had a couple of incidents already.
And it still looks mint.
This weekend. Well, let's say it still looks mint. It looks mint again.
Looks mint.
His team.
Yeah.
Let's put the car back together.
It's mint for thanks to everyone apart from Stu, because he's going the opposite way and just taking it apart.
I'm pretty sure
he just took the bumper off in the burnout box. It's like he heard us. It's like he heard us. He's like, oh yeah, you think it's mint, Mike?
His bumper off
in the burnout box. Hey, we got the car stuck in the burnout box the last round. Okay?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That caught me off guard a good bit. No, that was the first.
Right, so you can start this without a row bumper. I mean, it wasn't going to be on there by the end of it anyway, so this saves him the job.
Saves the Marsh the job of picking it up and all. As we see the birthday boy, Harvey Moore, 20 today, warming up for his first battle.
And he takes his bumper off on the burnout. Right, okay, maybe it's just the burnout box is too small.
No. The burnout box is the width of the track. Okay, you give a drifter an inch, he takes a mile. That's the issue.
Both drivers are taking their bumpers off before they've started.
Maybe we should get a camera down in the burnout box and we'll just keep an eye on what's going on down there.
I still got some bumper. I think it's just a part of the bumper.
It was just like the strip there that goes in the middle, the molding.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Okay, 2 cars on the line. We got Stu out in the lead. Harvey Moore in chase. Cody hits the signal, and here we go. That Helix Motorsport S14 coming down, but look at how turning Stu is going as hard as he can. Oh no!
My goodness gracious me.
I don't know how. I just have to process that for a minute. I don't know how Harvey didn't literally take the whole side out of the S14. Brilliant job of him to avoid him, but Stu must have just.
I think he just got his wheel on the inside of the track. He might have clipped that tyre.
He might have clipped that tyre because it looks like that tyre bed where the marshals have to pull down.
Bent the front of his car.
He must have been just so far in. Just. Oof.
Have we got another angle of that? Can we see from this camera? Does it stay on it a little bit longer? No, he just spins. He just spins and hits the tyre wall. I mean, as far as I could see, he just spins and hits the tyre wall.
It's just one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, and Harvey Moore just unbelievably
avoided contact.
Lucky 20th birthday.
Yeah. So, I see our marshals just cleaning up the debris for the 765th time today. And hopefully both cars can run and we can get the second half of this battle. I don't know if Stu wants to call a 5-minute rule or...
I think he's pretty...
I'd say it's just cosmetic. I'd say it's just his bumper, being honest with you. But... You see... Oh, look at Harvey's front wheel!
What?
Maybe they didn't make contact, Mike.
I didn't see the contact. Maybe I'm blind. Let's see it again.
Oh, this looks like a good camera angle, lad.
Oh, it spins.
Watch.
There.
But is it when he comes out, they make contact here, is it? Yeah.
No. His wheel just collapsed. He didn't make...
No, I think his wheel did that to Stu.
You can't, it was in completely the wrong place.
Okay, judges are fighting today, commentators are fighting today, let's go. We're throwing down outside now.
I don't know, I didn't look like the wheel touched.
Okay, so we're getting a slow motion. Right?
This is as slow
Our
as we
noses
can go.
are touching the monitor here, we're trying to see what's happening.
Right, so he rotates.
I think it's perfect on the wheel. Look.
No, doesn't touch it. Doesn't touch it. The bumper touches it, but the wheel does not touch it.
So you're telling me that it just collapsed out and over like that? That's witchcraft then, that is.
The wheel's on the wrong side of the car to have hit it just directly on the wheel. I think it hit the bodywork, but...
Okay, so we can confirm Harvey Moore has been given a competition timeout.
Well, that means there must have been contact, so I must be wrong.
I just watched it and you're still arguing with me. Everyone at home, just start texting who's right, me or Mike. Come on, be honest with us, sir.
We need some sort of voting system, don't we, so we can see it.
We'll have our own polls just going on there, yeah. Who has the coolest race suit? So we'll have to await our recovery truck to do another lap of the track, basically. Come on out and pick someone up. Here he comes.
He's definitely earning his keep this time, isn't he?
The mileage is going up.
Recovery.
Have you noticed how soft the rear tyres are in that drift for you, E36?
Yeah. Are they actually soft, or is that popped?
I don't know.
Surely can't be running it that soft. The rim's nearly touching the ground. I mean, I've seen that before, but
I've seen it happen before.
I don't know.
Okay, so while we get this car recovered, we're going to throw it down to Michelle, who's down there with Danny Mcguire.
Okay, so a bit of a microphone problem there for poor Michelle, and no one could hear what she was saying. So we shall continue to talk about
what we're looking at here.
Which is a poorly drift car, looking a little bit upset, getting towed onto the back of a recovery truck.
Also, as well, right? So we've had a lot of recoveries this weekend, but every one of them has just been so unique. They've been different in their own ways. It's not a standard just tow it up, you know. It's been pulling them off tyres, it's flipping them over, it's the front wheels falling off. Like,
yeah, it's just carnage, really. Well, we came here for action, Mike.
Oh, and we got that,
and
Mike.
Action is what we got.
Are you not entertained?
Well, there's definitely some controversy going on, so at least it'll give you guys at home something to talk about.
Yeah.
Did that wheel hit it? That wheel didn't hit the other car.
You're very confident in that.
Didn't.
I'd love to know what the judges think of this. Well, obviously, they gave him a competition timeout. I know I'm right. I'm always right.
Yeah, but I think it did hit him, but I don't think the wheel hit him. I think we're talking about specifics here. You said the wheel hit him. I don't think the wheel did.
I think something that's attached to the wheel, whether it's a tyre or something hit it. But they just don't break like that, though. That's my theory here. That just doesn't happen. Has that ever happened to you just randomly before?
I mean, lots of things have happened to me randomly before, Mike, so
we're not going to get into that.
Let's don't delve into that. It's never a straightforward recovery, is it?
Do you know what? This is brilliant, because I actually asked people to text in their opinions, and everyone thinks I'm right, Mike. They think there was contact. What? Who's texted you? No one. See? I'm right. Also, Dan Martin, the legend, has gone down to figure out if he got any photos of what happened, so I'm sure we'll get some detailed photos very soon of him.
Alright, good.
Oh, I get a video off Dan Martin as I say that.
We can't show on the live stream, so you can't really talk about
No, but this is going to... Oh, no, he's videoing the photo he has. I'm sure he's saying something, but I'm definitely turning that down. We learned nothing from that video. Thanks, Dan.
The video showed
absolutely nothing.
Right, but we do get to see the replay again. And further this debate. Look, the wheel's there.
Man, look how much you compressed there. Like, obviously you hit this bottom bar. His wishbone hit that bottom bar. So I'm doing the technical stuff, and that's your job, by the way. I was going to clarify that.
Yeah, but the wishbone on an E46 goes backwards, not forwards.
To be fair, that E36 looks like it is living the low life.
It does.
Doesn't it?
Definitely living the low life.
It's cool kids that like that one.
I'll get messages now saying I'm right. Ignore the negativity, and then another text saying you're always right.
Is that your dad sending you that
No,
message? It
isn't.
It is.
Look who it is sending me that message.
Paul Beachy. The Mike Walton fan club president there. Come on, BG.
At least I have one. I have one guy that likes me. Right, let's move on to the next battle. Danny Mcguire versus Joel Conlon.
Danny Mcguire.
Please, can we have a straightforward battle, please? Oh, it's Danny Mcguire. It's not going to be straightforward, is it? Has Danny Mcguire ever done a straightforward battle in his life?
He did a wild qualifying run, though.
Talking about flamboyant cars, this is also a very flamboyant car. I like the colour scheme. This fast-star colour scheme.
I love this one. I think this is just beautiful.
It's much better than his last blue colour scheme. Let's put it that way.
You're not a fan of the blues, are you?
Not his last colour scheme was. I think even he would admit that wasn't the best.
You remember your cars were teal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just reminding you, you're slagging blue. That's all.
You and I are going to fall out very quickly.
Be a big argument in the hotel bar tonight.
Right, Joel Conlon. I know nothing about Joel Conlon. I've never met him before, spoken to him at all, and he doesn't even have a driver graphics on his door. He is the mystery man. Can the mystery man take down the mighty Danny Mcguire today? And we shall see very shortly. All the chase drivers seem to be sat quite far back from the lead driver. Do you reckon that's a...
Just to give them, they're allowed jump, to give them that little bit more room. There we go, 2 cars lead the line. It's Danny to chase, or Danny to lead, sorry, Joel to chase. Danny coming down, flying down.
Look at this.
Joel right in behind him. Danny is carrying massive speed down to the diesel zone now, but Joel is right with him there. Just clips the tyres a small bit, pulls him around, but Danny Mcguire's on a lovely lead line.
Jumping on the rear quarter of Danny Mcguire around the second half of this track. Danny Mcguire on a lovely lead ride. A couple of track cuts from Joel Conlon, but still, let's turn them around and let's see what happens the other way around. Are we going to see some sort of replay here? I'm not sure what that was. Let's continue forth. They're driving very slowly.
There should be a speed limit, of like 50 miles an hour to get back to the start line. The opposite of the speed limit. It's encourage lads, just come on, yeah.
Come on. Yes, we know you need to talk to your spotters. Just drive like you need to. Let's look at them both. Flick it in.
Danny carried some pace through that first corner.
Yeah, very, very fast. Joel makes quite a nice dive, just over-rotates it. I think if he hadn't over-rotated there and he kept it online, he'd been pretty good. Because around the second hairpin, his proximity is not too bad until they get halfway up the hill. Right, anyway, swap them around. Joel Conlon in the lead position, the beautiful-looking S15. Danny Mcguire in the chase position. Nice entry from both drivers. A little bit funky now from Danny Mcguire as he's on completely the inside of the track. And Joel shut the car down.
Sound like Joel missed the gear. See the drive shaft come flying out of the back.
How does that how?
This is literally the round that just keeps on giving. There's stuff I haven't seen happen before happening today. The drive shaft just flew out of the back of the car.
That's not physically possible. You can't. How?
You have 2 guys baffled sitting in the trailer looking at his heli, remember that. It sounded like he missed the gear or something because he went really high in the revs when Danny hit him, but then it just drive shaft flew out the back.
So both the hub nut and all 5 drive shaft bolts, assuming it's a 5-bolt GTR diff, I imagine it is. It did get contact on the back, so maybe... would the contact have caused that? Which side drive shaft came out? No, this side. Oh no, smashed the CV joint.
CV, right, okay.
Right, that makes a little bit more sense.
For me, it looked like someone got in and did the whole bolts there and just took out the shaft.
How? But that was from the other side.
Yeah, but what I think happened is, I think we'll see it on the replay. When they came into that section, Joel stalled up and the revs went very high, so I don't know if he missed the gear in that moment. And then when he let the clutch back out, that's what broke the shaft. And that's when Danny contacted him all at the same time.
Yeah, but the whole shaft coming out of them. I have never seen that before. I have seen lots of things, Mike. I've been many places when it comes to drifting, and I have seen a lot of things, and I have never seen a drive shaft just completely eject itself from the back of a car.
The closest thing I seen to that was years ago, where a lad came down in Mondello and he went to do the weight shift initiation and his rear subframe fell out.
I was there as well.
Yeah, that was like 2016, 17 or something like that. But yeah, that was my weirdest. But yeah,
Look, Danny Mcguire takes the win purely because his drivetrain is still intact, I imagine, and that's it. He will proceed into the top 16 at the end of the day for Joel Conlon and his drive shaft. And next up, we have Will Gibbs and Andrea Fabri.
and this is the last battle of our top 32.
Right.
Will Gibbs his new car.
Will Gibbs' new car.
Going well now.
That is a fast car.
It's a very fast car.
Very fast car.
car.
And obviously, qualifying. Oh no, I thought he qualified higher than 11th. But obviously not. No, that was obviously my imagination. It just seemed very fast in qualifying to only come 11th position. And here we have Andrea Fabri in that very recognisable Supra. Will Gibbs will lead them out. Start line off, gives them the go ahead. And Will Gibbs leaves the line like a scolded cat. Andrea Fabri caught napping as flies away from Andrea. Andrea is nowhere to be seen. Is he going to try and play the catch-up game? There's a manages to stay on the track as Will Gibbs transitions nicely on a nice line. Andrea trying to catch up and just doesn't have the guts as Will Gibbs drives away over the line. Andrea left in the smoke.
Yeah, it was fairly one-sided battle, all right. Andreas just was more of a spectator that run than in it.
It just didn't seem to get the launch off at the start. It just, like it bogged down, or it just didn't really take off the start. Will Gibbs was just gone. Look. He's like a good whole clip ahead of Andre. Right, well, let's swap him around, put Andrea in the lead. And we'll have Will Gibbs in the chase position. Off they go. Andrea Fabri to lead out. Huge flick, but Will Gibbs is not getting out. As he comes through the first corner. Andrea on a nice line. Can he hold on to it? Not go into the tyres again.
Will's drove out. Fingers crossed that Andrea is just stopped and not stuck. I think Andreas just knew Will was going to be really fast there, and to be fair with him, he carried a lot of speed through that first section, but looks like both cars are out and moving, so we will head down for a result.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can pretty safely say Will Gibbs would have taken the win on that one, Mike.
If you want to make statements like that, Mike, you work away.
I mean, logic.
Logic went out the window at 9 o'clock this morning, okay? So as we just wait, the Supra of Andrea to arrive. There it is. Red and black. Blue white.
And we can confirm Will Gibbs does indeed take the win, and that is the end of the day for Andrea Fabri. Now we need to find out what is going on with our competition timeouts and which one we have first.
I see Paul Howell there.
I see Paul Howell.
So that would tell me his one against Clark Hatton.
Maybe, unless there's another driver.
Oh,
already on the line.
The first one's there. They're already ahead of us.
Already ahead of us, Mike.
So, it's Ben Mears to lead in Diarmuid Canavan.
This is all the way back from heat 11. Right, Ben Mears will lead out Diarmuid Canavan. Let's see if we can get a nice clean battle from these two. A nice flick entry from Ben Mears. Diarmuid Canavan needs to make up a little bit of room as they come through, but the line isn't too bad. Tiny bit of an over rotation for Ben Mears is not bad. Diarmuid Canavan back onto his rear quarter. He make another dive again through the second half. Very close to his rear quarter as they come out the top of the bank and finish up the run.
It's not a bad run from both drivers. So as we see the replay here, Ben with that lovely initiation. Look at Diarmuid tucking nicely in behind him. Ben just starting to pull a small bit of a gap, but doing very well to keep the car on track. Diarmuid closes him in the first hairpin now, and that's it. Once he gets in there, he doesn't let him away for that centre section, that kind of slow, tight, technical section.
Yeah, Diarmuid nearly getting onto his rear quarter again, but just not quite managing it round the final corner there. But we will swap them around now, and Diarmuid will be in the lead.
Ben in the chase.
And Mears in the chase position. I'll start with Marsh just having a word.
Starline is getting a signal from the tower. Colgate gives the signal to the drivers, I think.
Maybe.
No, Toby heard me. He's going to stall. There it is now. Both cars leave the line.
There we go. Diarmuid Canavan leading out Ben Mears, and wow, very nice entry from Diarmuid Canavan. Caught Ben Mears completely off guard though, and there's a little bit of a gap forming now. Can Ben Mears make the dive? He does make a bit of a dive, cutting the track slightly. Oh, a nice transition from Ben Mears now. Diarmuid Canavan appears to be driving away. No, Ben Mears keeping up with him as he comes over the line.
That was a very, very similar run to the first half, just swapped around.
Yeah.
Separation the first bit, chase car caught up in the centre section, and then pulled the gap coming over the finish.
Yeah, I think Ben Mears pulled more of a gap against Diarmuid though.
Yeah.
I think Ben Mears kept up with Diarmuid better than Diarmuid kept up with Ben. We'll see. This could be another one more time. No! Diarmuid Canavan takes the win, ladies and gentlemen, and proceeds through to our top 16. And next up we have our other battle, who is
Clark Hatton and
Clark Hatton versus Paul Howell.
Paul Howell, that was it.
So Clark Hatton, let's hope he got that car.
So, but remember, Paul got the competition time out.
Correct, because Clark Hatton went in to tyres.
So that would...
Clark Hatton's car looked like it came off worse at the end of it.
Yeah.
So, well, it looks like they might have got it fixed. Although that wheel doesn't look massively straight in that arch. We shall see.
We'll see.
It's a suck it and see moment, Mike.
Yep.
Like.
Okay, cars leave the line. We got Paul to lead, Clark to chase. This is the second half of this battle. We see Paul coming down, throwing it in. Clark, the young gun, is right with him there after gaining some proximity really quick.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at Paul's front wheel.
See, I told you front wheels.
Are you telling me no?
That's you said front
Paul
wheels.
Howell is a Mike Walton guy then, and he did that just to prove me wrong. That's all I'm saying.
You said front wheels. Don't just do that.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
And just did it just there.
Here, live in front of everyone, I officially apologise because that wheel just did that out of nowhere. I cannot figure out what happened there.
Mike, this is the top 32 that just keeps on giving, like. Look at this.
What is going on?
Like,
It's insane, Mike.
simple,
literally.
What? Look at. Even Paul is confused of what happened there, like. Is this something maybe from the contact in the first half that is
It's gotta be.
It
It
has
has
to
to
be.
be.
That just doesn't happen. Unless your arms are made of tinfoil. That does not happen.
2 BMWs, twice this has happened.
Trying to say.
BMW problem, isn't it?
There were both
Obviously.
E36s. When the Beamer gun.
You're not. You're a 356. Look at it. Look at it. It's over. It
Look at the arm.
breaks there.
See the arm snaps.
Yeah, look. Oh my god. That's really quite bad.
We shouldn't be laughing. Like, we're not laughing
I
at
know.
someone damaging the car. We're just
Yeah.
laughing at the fact that
I just cannot
can't
believe.
explain.
I
Yeah.
can't believe what I'm seeing in front of me now. How
every battle in this top 32, there's been something that had us going.
someone's had the recovery truck out every battle, nearly every battle.
Driver of the day, hard charge today goes to the recovery truck, man, in my opinion. So we will at least have experience. They've only done one of these a few minutes
Yeah.
ago. That's, you know.
Oh, we know exactly how to do this now. And that's all one more time between those two, assuming they can get their car sorted before the end of the bracket with a competition timeout, which they can't because it is now the end of the bracket. So I'm not entirely sure what happens here. I shall need clarification. Whilst we tidy this car up, we are just going to go and have a quick word from our sponsors.
Drifting can be the most demanding motorsport in the world. My name is June Main. The high RPMs required to keep my tires spinning and rubber burning are brutal on engine oil. That's why Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer was formulated for performance on the track and the highway. Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer keeps my power on for split-second decisions, making every shift and turn count. When it comes to my engine and engine oil, I give it every advantage with Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer.
Link ECU produce standalone engine management technology with a range of products that allow you to unleash the power of your engine. Acting as your car's brain, our ECUs control electronic fuel injection and ignition. A magnitude of sensor inputs and outputs ensure your engine exceeds your expectations. Built-in safety features guarantee engine protection, and data logs keep you informed on its performance. Smoke your tyres and not your engine with a world-leading Link ECU.
Tarmac Sports.
Okay, so believe it or not, we are still in our top 32, ladies and gentlemen. And up next, we have the second part of the battle between Stu Edgel and Harvey Moore.
Yeah, as you remember that Stu just got caught on the inside, bit of contact, and then Harvey's shock wheel, something broke. Mike, that would mean that I was wrong, turns out I was right. So, yeah, we'll get Stu warmed up. We'll go again. Take two.
Take two.
So we have Harvey to lead and Stu to chase.
Let's get the go ahead from our track marshal. Off they go. Harvey Moore in the lead with a massive lead so far. Stu Edgel very far behind. Harvey Moore flies through this track. Cutting the track quite a lot though, making a few mistakes, a little bit of an over rotation there, just about managing to get that back that on track. Maybe that's because they just had to repair the entire front end of the car. Stu Edgel doing his best to catch up as they cross the line.
Yeah, not a bad run there from Harvey. You know, it's credit to the team.
Well, there was a massive over rotation.
Yeah, but like, Mike, they just got the car fixed in 10 minutes. It's probably been aligned by like DI.
Oh, well, yeah,
yeah,
okay.
So
all right,
credit to him for driving through it, okay?
Yeah. The cars are fairly straight from this camera angle. You know, both wheels look like they're pointing forward, so it's a bonus.
So as we await the decision from our judges.
And the winner, can confirm, is Harvey Moore, who will go through to our top 16, and Stu Edgel, unfortunately, that is the end of his day. Now, do we have some fixed cars, or are we moving on to our top 16? I imagine as those cars are sat there.
Okay, so we've got confirmation. Our last battle was the one more time between Paul Howell and, I'm after forgetting Mike, and you're after changing the screen. Go down.
Sorry.
Clark Hatton, thank you. But yeah, so Paul is out, so Clark will move on to the top 16, and we can start our top 16 right now. Who's in the first battle, Mike?
Jack Mcwinney versus Mike Jackson. Jack versus Jack.
Jack's going very strong, and Mike technically will be his first battle, because you remember Sam Nolan didn't make it to the first corner, so he didn't actually get a lap in Mike Jackson. So we're just waiting to get cars warmed up and on the line.
I can see one car in there.
That's Jack anyways. And we should see Mike Jackson come into sight any second now. It's definitely been one of the most exciting top 32s I've ever watched.
It's definitely had the most activity. The most things have happened. Like
the most first time things have happened.
The most first. It's been enlightening, Mike.
It has been like it just shows you what is possible. The stuff we didn't think was possible is possible.
We had no idea that could happen.
You can change the drive shaft while on track. That's what I learned.
Apparently. Jack Mcwinney lines up in at the lead position, and we just wait for Mike Jackson to warm his tyres up. Right, here we go. Let's go. Our top 16. Jack Mcwinney
versus Mike Jackson.
It says there he's got 330 horsepower, S54 powered E46. Mike Jackson has a 1J in his S13, I believe, and is around 500-ish horsepower. So Mike Jackson should have the advantage. Jack Mcwinney chucking it in there. Mike Jackson clinging onto the rear end of Jack Mcwinney. A little bit of separation. Can he make a dive? He does make a dive through the first hairpin. Clambering onto the side. Don't get tucked up, Mike. Oh, he just about makes it. Very good. That's the best transition we've seen so far. Gets onto the rear quarter of Jack Mcwinney.
There we go. Welcome to the top 16. Ah, just a little bit of contact.
Just a tiny bit, Mike. Just gloss over it. It's a tiny bit.
It's all fine.
It's all fine, Mike.
Stop squeezing my leg. You're hurting me.
It's all fine. It's all fine. That was a good battle, Mike.
Great lead line from Jack Mcwinney. Just when you were saying at the start, I didn't want to get in, start slagging you like that. Jack put a big turbo in his car, and them facts are from last year. They are. So I'd say power's very even, or maybe a slight bit in Jack Mcwinney's side.
I did think that went quite quick.
Yeah, it went very quick for it. That's quick M3.
Things going like the clappers days.
You said it to cars left. I was like, I won't jump in. I'll wait till the end and I'll just politely correct you.
Just polite. That's what you do, Mike. Just politely correct me. Yeah.
When we're live.
Right. So, two very evenly matched cars here. We have Mike Jackson now in the lead position, Jack Mcwinney in the chase position. Jack Mcwinney. Can we keep up? Are we going to have start marshal let the cars go?
I'm not sure what we're waiting on. Maybe judges having deliberation, or someone could have clipped the cone that we just maybe missed. Oh, there's the thumb up from Jack. Colgan gives the signal. Both cars leave the line. It's Mike Jackson lead, Jack Mcwinney to chase. Two evenly matched cars, Mike Walton. Coming in. Oh, this for both drivers. Lovely lead line from Mike Jackson, but Jack Mcwinney is right with him there as they start to come into the first hairpin, pushing that blue 180SX around the tracks. Happy transition from both guys. Not as much proximity as the first time. Absolutely putting foot to the floor, trying to get up the side of Mike Jackson's 180SX, and four cars over the line. I got excited over a bit of drifting. I'm happy.
No wheels fell off.
Or just randomly broke.
Nothing randomly broke. We had a decent enough battle, and that was a good battle.
That was a very good battle.
Really good proximity there from both drivers, both ways round.
Yeah. Two very good drivers. Evenly matched drivers as well.
Exciting to watch. We will await. Can the judges make a decision? Are we going to have a one more time, Mike?
Do you know, it could be a one more time.
Yeah, the judges definitely having a good think about it. I reckon probably could be a one more time. Mike Jackson's car looks like it's been in the wars, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it really does.
And that's his first battle, and he didn't really make any contact.
No, that's what I came into qualifying like.
Yeah.
Now, it was mint this morning. Just when you use another car as a brake, you know, there are some consequences. Judges having a good debate about this, Mike.
Yeah, I'd really like to know what they're saying.
We should just plant a little microphone up in the middle of them, and they don't hear, but we can listen in.
Yeah, that would be good. I don't think we'd be able to broadcast it. Some of our younger viewers, it might not be suitable.
Might be suitable. TV 14.
Yeah. They definitely are having a good. I mean, I would have thought this would be one of the clearer battles too.
Yeah.
There wasn't actually that much carnage, was it? It was a real battle.
It was a real battle.
Yeah.
I'm a real battle.
I'm a real battle. And things actually happened like a proper drift battle should have done.
Both drivers sitting there, the nervous wait, dead staring at that Marshall. That Marshall feels so intimidated. He goes, guys, I know nothing, okay? Stop staring at me.
The suspense, Mike.
Should we ask the crowd who they want to win?
Yeah.
Right, who wants Jack Mcwinney to win? Make some noise. I can hear some people.
Yeah, there's a few waves. Who wants Mike Jackson to win?
I definitely heard that one.
That was slightly louder. Sorry, Jack. But, well, sorry, Mike, because the answer is Jack Mcwinney takes the win, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the end of the day for Mike Jackson. I do think we should go to.
Yeah, we definitely need to hear from our judges on that one. Judges, can you just give us a little insight?
Yes. Okay, just analysing both runs. Jack had a wheel off on clip 3, so basically he had a wheel inside the A line, which we've been scoring down all day in qualifying. And Mike had a really good proximity for the whole run. The only mistake was he got very, very aggressive for the end. He was very far down on the inside of the track, and then he has a straighten coming up to the finish line. So the advantage he had gained over that run, he threw that advantage away with the straighten near the end, which brought it back to a 5-5. And when we swap the run around, Mike again does exactly the same thing as Jack did on clip 3, drops the wheel off of clip 3, so a little penalty there. And Jack has decent proximity through the rest of the run, not as close as Mike had in the first run, but more consistent and with no error at the end. So on the second run, Jack takes a small advantage. When you compare both runs, Jack has an advantage in the second one. It was even on the first.
Thank you very much. That was very detailed.
I couldn't have asked any more than that one. But I'm going to get excited. I'm turning it up. We have Craig Mccloud to lead in the returning Danny Wyman. This is going to be good. Get your votes out for this one. So it's Craig to lead, Danny to chase. Both cars come flying off the line. Look at Danny tucked right in beside that S14. This is what we came here to see. Lovely transition. Danny Wyman is all over the back of this S14. Craig does a great job to keep it on the track.
Wyman spun, no! You actually threw your headset against the wall.
I maybe threw my headset against the wall because I was like, what? How that? But Craig absolutely steaming it over the finish line.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Danny Wyman spun. How?
I definitely need a replay of that one.
How, Danny? How did you do that?
Why would you do this to us, Danny?
Why did you do that, Danny?
Okay, we got the replay.
Right,
Let's see what's
have a
happening.
look.
Watch this initiation.
And how was Craig's wing gone?
I don't know. I'm so confused today. There's body panels and parts going everywhere.
So transition, does Danny clip? I think he clips it just there. Yeah, I think he does.
He hit Craig. Yeah, that's what it was. And
No, but his wing's still there then.
no, but it's hanging off there. Yeah, it goes there. And he drove over his own wing as well to add insult to injury.
So
Yeah,
Danny just getting too
aggressive.
too aggressive. Oh,
Just the Danny Wyman we've all been coming here to see, and he just got that little bit too aggressive. But man, that was some first corner. Like that was some first corner.
is your headset? Okay, I'm just going to check this now because you actually threw that against the wall.
I didn't throw it against the wall. You're going to get me in trouble. You're going to get me in trouble when I leave this trailer.
Headset off and just lobbed it against the wall.
I didn't. I just took it off and just gently put it on the ground and went, "No, Danny, you're breaking my heart."
Right, swap him around. Craig Mcleod in the chase position behind Danny Wyman. We have seen great stuff from Craig Mcleod in the chase position before. Let's hope he just doesn't get quite as aggressive as Danny Wyman did.
Yeah, I'm sure
the
his
last
spotter's
battle.
going to be in his ear saying, "Craig,
No, just chill.
tone it down a bit."
Not too much,
Yeah.
but just a bit.
These lads have been lined up in the grid there beside each other now for about an hour and a half, so I'm sure they've been bigging each other up.
Just need a few more cable ties just to hold some fiberglass together. And that's that. Let's send the cars. Danny Wyman to lead out. Craig Mcleod. A little bit less firework than last time, please. Out they go. Danny Wyman fires it in to the first clip. A nice drag actually there, but Craig Mcleod taking it easy, giving Danny Wyman a little bit of room to move. Is he going to make a dive onto the rear quarter of Danny Wyman? She's holding him back just a touch. Makes a dive again. Round the second hairpin, Danny Wyman drives away. Danny Wyman on the pretty nice line, to be fair, as it comes through. Misses Q7. Craig Mcleod right on his rear quarter.
Absolute beautiful lead line by Danny. Craig did exactly what he had to do, and I'd say it's going to come back to that contact in the first half of the run.
Yeah.
Which is a shame that these two guys met each other so early in the competition, because
Yeah.
they're two lads this morning, we were like, they could win this.
Yeah. It's that aggression from Danny Wyman. I mean, we know he's aggressive, but that was just and the winner is Craig Mcleod, and just that aggression from Danny Wyman, unfortunately, just too much, and sends him home. Oh, now look, Mike.
Oh wow,
look, Mike. We've got Max Fleckney, who is on fire today, against Josh Holdsworth, who is in.
Who's actually, credit to, he's on fire as well. Right?
He's on fire.
He's driving that Corvette like a boss he is. But that Corvette will never beat a K70. K70 for life. Remember that, Mike. We need more K70s in BDC. Someone get Dan Martin down here driving in his one as well. I'll bring a few from Ireland.
Yeah, just get Dan Martin a new engine and then he'll be just fine.
He actually was telling me his new engine plan the other day, and it's actually going to be something very special.
Is it?
Yep. I won't reveal it because it's not my place to do it.
Sure, we'll find out soon enough. Anyway.
Look at Max just waving. He's so happy. Look at that beautiful Retro Autos Ireland sticker. That's just unbelievable. K70s for life. So we just await Josh Holdsworth. It's weird as it is to say we're waiting on Josh for the line. Normally we're waiting on Josh to get out of the way and he's filming stuff. That's the usual way, but
right, Josh Holdsworth has finally warmed his tyres up and joins us in the chase position. Just having a double check. Can't check the bonnets on, so we check them whether the bumper's on. Okay, good.
just double check it.
Yes, just triple checking. Max Fleckney to lead out. Josh Holdsworth now as they go flying down into a massive flick from Max Fleckney. Josh Holdsworth trying to maintain A good proximity, falling a little bit behind. Can he make a dive now? Max Fleckney rolls on the accelerator. Look at the smoke pouring out the back of that car. There's Josh Holdsworth dives. Rear quarter of Max Fleckney as they come around the final corner and make some proximity right at the end there.
Beautiful lead line from Max. And you know what, Josh, to be fair to him, very good chase. Maybe not as much proximity as he wanted to see. So it'll all come down to the second half, and I'm sure Max's spotters right now are saying, Durham.
100%.
That Corvette needs a K70 imprint on the side of it.
So yeah, Josh seems to be doing a really good lead line just behind Max Fleckney now. Instead of making the dive, he was just kind of sitting back a little bit. I was kind of hoping for
a nice push up.
A bit more of a push. But it's not Josh's car, so probably wants to hold back just a tiny little bit.
Holding back in a battle, you can't do that.
I mean, it's a very fancy car.
It's a very fancy car. Very fancy. But we got Max Fleckney to chase Josh to lead. Josh with a big flick in. He's stuck to the side of that Corvette. Not letting Josh Holdsworth get anywhere. Mac pushing a small bit wide now. Does very well not to make contact coming through the first hairpin. As both cars come for the last transition. A lovely dive again from Fleckney. These are the sort of dives.
Yeah, he didn't really dive onto the rear quarter of the Corvette, did he, Mike? So there's a bit of a gap there. He made a dive around the first hairpin, but not the second hairpin.
Just not talking to you anymore. Just not talking to you anymore.
I know you really wanted the dive to be there, but
he looked like he was going for that dive, and then he just afraid of it. You're afraid of it, Max. Great driving though by both guys. Absolutely good battle now. I enjoyed that one.
I think, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Max was had a lot tighter proximity to Josh, so even if it was only for the first part of the track, but we shall see. The judges will make their decision. We'll see a replay of this. As they enter now, look at the aggression from Max Fleckney as he comes around that first corner. Transitions so close, but just falls behind Josh Holdsworth there. Tries to make the dive again. Finds himself a little bit close to the inside track, a little bit too much rotation. Tries to make a dive again, but just doesn't quite get on the rear quarter of Josh Holdsworth.
Yeah.
Josh Holdsworth drives away.
It just looked like Max kind of lost grip coming out of that corner or something like.
Yeah, he just didn't quite have the
go.
Didn't have the guts, but I think that's because he rotated a little bit too much. Just couldn't get the grip onto the tarmac, Mike.
Yeah.
So jumps out of the car. They can have a cuddle or a puncher. Cuddle.
Cuddle. So the judges are just having a good debate about this one as well, Mike.
And it is a one more time, ladies and gentlemen. I think we do need to hear from the judges on this, please.
Just comparing those two runs, very, very close both runs. Max in the lead line, had really good lead line. Josh had a good chase, lacking a little bit of proximity, so not enough to take an advantage. To score the first one at 5-5, we swap them around. Josh has a reasonably good line. He has a little bit of an error coming in towards trees, a little bit shallow on the line, but it's very, very marginal. Max in the chase position is also though a little bit offline. He's a bit wide coming in, and he drops the wheel there at 3. So overall he has maybe slightly better proximity until the last section, but because there was errors on that one with Max dropping the wheel, brings it back to a 5-5 in the second run. Both very close runs together. Would prefer to see a more clear winner from the next one.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we'll move on to our next battle, and we have Ignis Minelga to lead in Josh Moore. Oh, Malone, sorry. There's too many Joshes, we already went through this.
So Ignis Minelga likes to make a big impact with his driving, and he definitely is doing that today with a massive flick. Josh Malone not having an answer at all to Iggis's pace, tries to cut the track to gain some proximity, does manage to do that through the hairpin though, and dives onto the rear quarter of Igis Minelga, but then falls away again just before the transition, cuts the track massively, and Igis Minelga drives away up the hill with Josh Malone not having an answer for the horsepower.
Just the horsepower difference was very obvious towards the end of that run. You could see Ignis was just, once he put the foot down, massive gap appeared.
So let's swap them around and see if Igis can hold it all together behind the slower paced Josh Malone.
That was a big flick, that was.
Josh does a really good job of closing up the proximity through that first hairpin. It holds onto it, but just comes a little bit too wide at the end. Can't grab it back again. And that is when, and then you get to the hill, and that's when Igis obviously drives away. Well, let's swap them around.
So we have Josh Malone to lead and Ignis to chase. See Josh coming down, but look at Igis, he's tucked right in behind that IS 200. Not sure what happened there. I don't know what happened there, Mike.
A gigantic gap appeared, and now tyres have been hit. So Igis Minelga running into tyres, but both apparently unaffected and carrying on with their run. Igis Minelga trying to close the gap now as they come over through the final clip and across the line. Igis Minelga is on the rear quarter of Josh Malone.
Definitely want to see a replay at the start of that.
There's a very confusing camera angle going on there that we didn't have
earlier on. That's after changing on us.
We didn't really see that. So Igis looks like he's right next to him, but then just stops.
Did Igis lock the handbrake? Maybe Josh just threw it in the clutch kick and kept momentum going. I don't know. That was very weird. And then
he manages to gain some proximity, but they hit the tyre wall. The pair of them hit the tyre wall
and get back into it.
Going. That doesn't seem to affect them at all, and they just carry on. I can hear someone chanting Igis from the crowd in my earphone. And I can confirm that Igis does take the win, ladies and gentlemen. And unfortunately, that is the end of the day for Josh Malone. We'll move on to...
Next up is...
next battle, Josh Payne, JJ Stevens.
So we have two cars on the line. It's Josh Payne to lead and JJ to chase. Both guys have a battle now under their belt, have a win, so this should be
nice and settled.
Should be nice and settled. We get from A to B. Leave it at that.
Let's go, Josh Payne to lead out JJ Stevens. Flying down into the first nice big flick entry from Josh Payne. JJ Stevens is right with him though, makes another dive as he comes through, but falls back just slightly, giving him some room. Now look, JJ Stevens making the dive as they come through that first hairpin. Can he make another dive on the second hairpin? He does, but falls back. Falls way behind. Josh Payne drives away up the hill. Just an over-rotation from JJ there, not able to keep up, but a nice lead line from Josh Payne.
Yeah, JJ's making a huge dive into the last hairpin, and I think he just overshot it a small bit.
Over-rotated.
Yeah. Which caused a bit of a straightening and separation, but brilliant lead run from Josh Payne.
Yeah, nice flick. JJ Stevens looked like he's going to make a huge dive here, but I think if he kept his foot in, he would have been all right there, but he grabbed a handful of handbrake and just found himself a little bit far back and then playing catch-up, and unfortunately when you play catch-up you start to make some mistakes. We see that here. So we'll swap them around. JJ Stevens now to lead out Josh Payne. JJ Stevens in the lead. Josh Payne in the chase position. Nice flick from JJ Stevens, a bit of use of the handbrake. Josh Payne seems to be caught napping. He's miles away, no proximity at all to JJ Stevens. JJ Stevens running very wide, don't hit the tyres. Manchester Mated judges. Josh Payne now making a dive for JJ Stevens. They climb up the hill, round the last corner, smoke pouring out the back of that R34 Skyline. But Josh Payne just not quite having the legs to keep up.
Yeah, just a bit of proximity kind of separating them out there. That was really it, but it was a good run by both guys. JJ's car is just a monster. Like, the smoke it puts out, it must be ridiculously hard to chase.
Yeah, I think Josh was just a tiny bit on the inside of the track, and that's the only way he could see where he was going. They clean that car so well at the end of every round, and the amount of tyre that must be underneath the back of that car.
I'd say they do it after every run.
Yeah, it looks like
it's always mint.
And it looks like Josh Payne takes the win. Josh Payne does take the win and goes through into our Great 8, and that is the end of the day for JJ Stevens.
Okay, so we're moving on to Mark Chapman and Diarmuid Canavan. I think we just watched that one. There we go. Oh, what? Are we going back to Josh and Max? Is that what I seen pop up there? We are. We're going back to the one more time between Max Fleckney and Josh Holdsworth. Both guys know each other. Both guys know what the tracks are like. Both guys know they got to push. Yep, they got to push harder. There can only be one winner. So here we go. It's Max to lead and Josh Holdsworth to chase. See both cars coming down the straight. Nice initiation again from Max, but Josh Holdsworth just getting left behind. He needs to use all the power in that Corvette to try and catch up with Max. Starts to dial him in as they're coming into the last hairpin. Josh just clips the tyres. He's still going though. Huge dive onto the door of K70 from Josh Holdsworth. Fleckney is doing his level best to get out of it. Josh is now bullying him around the last corner. I need to see a replay of how he ended up getting there, because I think it just happened as the camera switched. But a very good run from both guys.
I don't know how Josh Holdsworth is left. Yeah, it's miles behind at the start. And then he gets himself a little bit too deep here, just touches the tyres a little bit, and then makes another dive onto the quarter for Max. Max over. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. I think there was contact.
Was there? Because you seen Max nearly really stall up there.
Yeah, did, yeah. I just don't think you could just get the traction to go. Corvette seemed to be holding up very well against the tyre wall. Max Fleckney will now be in the chase position. The more exciting position for Max Fleckney to be in.
Yeah. But Josh Holdsworth does have the power advantage.
Yeah. I mean, the K70, it only weighs 1 ton apparently. So
Rumour has it.
Rumour has it.
Word on the street.
It's the lightest car on the grid. I mean, it may well be.
So our marshals are just fixing up the tyre wall. We're good to go. Colgate gives the signal. Both cars leave the line. Here we go, Mike.
Yeah, Josh Holdsworth looking to create a little bit of a gap between him and Max Fleckney, but Max Fleckney not allowing it to do that. It jumps right in the corner of Josh Holdsworth as they come through. Max Fleckney makes a huge dive on the side of Josh Holdsworth and maintains that proximity all the way through. Can he make a dive again through the smoke? He does onto the door. Corvette touches him as he comes round up the hill. Max Fleckney's bumper explodes as they cross the line.
Wow! That was a good one. Fair play, both guys. Absolutely delighted for them. I know they enjoyed that.
That was a battle, that was.
Just coming after the first section, clip 2, transition heading out for 3, Josh seems a bit short. Like he was on the inside of the track a small bit. How did Fleckney not make contact with him there?
I think he did. He did touch him just a touch. Just a little.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Look. Oh no, this is the other way round. This is the first battle.
So we're back to the first half, yeah. This is where Josh hits the tyres, yeah, that's there, and then does very well though to stay with him.
Yeah, just getting some proximity there.
There, like there is.
And then it just a little nudge, hits the cone.
And here's the second half of the battle now, so this is what we want to see, Mike. It's Fleckney.
Yeah, Max Fleckney, that's a big flick there. And they both run onto the grass a bit here.
Yeah,
they both just about touch the grass, and there's a lot of handbrake draggery going into that first hairpin. Nice flick through Max Fleckney. There, touches the back corner. Oh, next. Bumper just explodes.
It's the worst thing is when you run over your own bumper. These cars have been through the war. Teesside, massive round of applause for both drivers. Give it up for Max Fleckney and Josh Holdsworth.
And we can confirm taking the win is Max Fleckney. Well done to Josh.
Yeah,
Holdsworth,
fair play to Josh.
He's done really well in that car.
He was
today.
killing it in his own car this morning. Unfortunately, the car let him down. He jumps into a borrowed car and absolutely kills it.
That
brilliant
car,
driving.
the steering wheel's on the other side of the car, and you just, excellent work, Josh. Up next, we have Mark Chapman versus Dermot Canavan. Mark Chapman seems pretty fast today. Dermot, I think he got through his last battle by the skin of his teeth. Lead the line. Mark Chapman now leading in. Dermot Canavan. Oh, a little bit of a tentative flick, and Dermot's right with Mark Chapman. A little bit of a gap now as they come into the first hairpin. Needs to make a dive. A little bit of a straight from Dermot. Bit of a weird line. Mark Chapman seems to be on quite a nice line. Very nice and wide. Open the door. Then Dermot needs to come knocking, but he's just falling behind. Doesn't quite have the pace. Mark Chapman drives away with it at the end of the track.
Mark Chapman looks like he found another 100 brake horsepower in the paddock.
Yeah. He's absolutely flying. That car does fly.
Yeah, it is. It's a very, very quick car. Yeah, as you seen coming into the first hairpin, Dermot had that little bit of a wobble, hesitation. I'm not sure what it was.
Yeah, just a bit. There's a big handbrake drag from Mark Chapman on the entry, and then Dermot gets to here, tries to slow up, but just has that little wobble. Not quite straight. I wouldn't say straight in as such. Just a bit of a wobble as he came down into there, but then just can't. He just doesn't have the pace, and Mark Chapman just drives away. Well, let's swap him around. Mark Chapman now in the chase position. Dermot to lead out Mark Chapman. Is Dermot low on power? Is he smoking you or anything? It seems a little slower than usual.
He does. There seems like there's something up, but I haven't heard anything. Like, I'm sure as soon as we leave the trailer, we'll find out like always. Yeah. But Dermot seems to have all the power now because, you know, there's a bit of a separation coming through the first section. Same again though. He's like a little hesitation coming into three.
Oh, Mark Chapman making a lovely dive through the smoke now onto the ring. As they climb up the hill and go around the last corner, Mark Chapman right with Dermot, and he spins just before the line. A huge mark on the side of Dermot's
huge
car.
Mark that wasn't there 2 seconds ago. Did he just catch his door with his wheel maybe, and just...
Maybe, yeah. We will see from the replay. Let's have a look from the replay. As they come in, nice flick from Dermot. He's on a really nice line. Quite wide. Yeah, really nice line from Dermot, actually. And Mark Chapman, takes full advantage of that second, especially around the second hairpin. And he's right with him all the way up, and just through the smoke as they come through the clip. I think he just made a little bit of contact there just on that last corner.
Small bit of contact or something fucking just from the door there you can see it in Dermot's car. I don't know if his wheel was on full lock.
I don't know. Well, the winner is Dermot Canavan. So that mistake from Mark Chapman at the end there just just throwing it all away. I mean, I didn't really see exactly what happened, even from the replay.
Even from the replay, it's hard to see what happened there. Like I can only assume that just the front wheel got stuck like a lock or something.
Yeah.
And
I
just
mean, regardless, Dermot didn't spin. Mark spun.
That's
so
the end of it. Yeah.
There isn't much more to it than that, is there? So up now we have Clark Hatton versus Harvey Moore. Very similar looking cars. They look almost identical in
they could be teammates.
Colour scheme.
So we have
Clark Hatton leading in a big handbrake track there from Clark Hatton as Harvey Moore tries to replicate it. Big angle from Harvey Moore, makes a huge dive. Now onto the side. Look at the amount of angle both these drivers are using. But Harvey Moore now diving again onto the side of Clark Hatton as they come round. No, it's contact with the back of Clark Hatton's car. They're both straighten up. Both a little all over the place. There's something hanging down from Clark Hatton's car.
I'm not sure. Since the minute Clark's car left the line, his wheels just something looks wrong.
It didn't look right. The car didn't look settled. Something.
I'm not sure what it is, but it just it seemed like there was.
Can you see from the front there? It looks like there's something hanging right down in the middle. Look.
Can't really tell from that angle either, but I've seen it sometimes from the side angle. You can catch something's hanging down.
Something just doesn't look right.
Wheels, yeah. I just wonder now, is Clark maybe still has some bit of damage possibly from the incident earlier on, and he's just driving through the issues.
Yeah, Harvey Moore just desperately trying to stay behind him, but yeah, it's a tricky drive to stay behind, to be honest.
Yeah.
Taking a
the scrutineers are just checking over there now as well.
Look at that wheel move.
I think there's something wrong. It just looked strange.
And the front wheel's debeaded. That front tyre's off. The front tyre's completely flat.
That poor BMW's had a hard day today.
It's had a really hard day.
Yeah.
I think that's got to be it, isn't it?
Can we hear what happened from the track marshals if possible? So we're just awaiting confirmation to see what happened. Or what's the verdict? I'm good at reading lips, but it's just the helmets. The helmets ruin it for me. I just can't see it through the helmets. Can I make open face helmets mandatory next year and we'll just read the lips?
Yeah. As long as you can read the lips, I can't read the lips.
Oh,
I have no idea.
It's a skill of mine. I couldn't read a book, but I can read lips.
So I'm not 100% sure what's going on. Maybe Clark has called a 5-minute rule to go and fix his car.
Giving Harvey a thumbs up there, like, as in to leave. So I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay, so Clark Hatton has used his 5-minute rule already. He doesn't have another one to use at the minute. He has debeaded the tyre, and therefore he has to retire. So the winner of that battle is Harvey Moore, who will go through into our quarterfinals.
So who's in our next battle?
Next battle we have Danny Mcguire versus Will Gibbs.
So as we see, Danny with a slight power advantage. Actually, no, that's completely wrong, because I think that's the facts of Will's old car and not his PS13, because that's definitely not an E36.
Right, Danny Mcguire now leads out Will Gibbs. They fly down into the top, into the first. Look, Will Gibbs is right with Danny Mcguire. line now as they come down into the first hairpin. Will Gibbs urging the side. Danny Mcguire's car makes a beautiful dive from transition. Will Gibbs really drive off their cuts. Over-rotates. Can he hold it and keep up Danny Mcguire on the hill? No. Now there's some proximities. Danny Mcguire
pulling a massive gap.
Yeah, Will Gibbs, he found himself on the curb, then over-rotated, then couldn't get the grip back and couldn't keep up. But up until that point, Will Gibbs looked absolutely fantastic.
What a lead run from Danny Mcguire. Like, that was a brilliant run. Doing exactly what the judges asked. Pinpoint accuracy. Again, A-lines all around.
Yeah, it's good.
It's all going to come together now in the chase. Yeah, just there you can see we just over-rotated a small bit, and that was it. Danny just put the throttle down and gone.
Yeah, you don't really want to put Danny in a situation where he just has to put his foot down, because that thing has got all of the power.
Yeah. So we're going to swap them around. It's going to be Will to lead and Danny to chase.
As Will leads out Danny Mcguire into the first tip. Nice. Will gives Danny Mcguire a little bit of separation between the two now. Can he make a dive? Oh, he can.
Beautiful from Danny Mcguire.
He finds himself on the inside of the track. Will he get himself caught up, or will he make it? He does. He manages to keep up hold of it. Will Gibbs, they climb up the hill. Danny Mcguire right with him a little bit. Never still. Right with Will Gibbs as they cross the line.
Danny made a mistake and did the perfect thing to correct it, and stayed with him and still pushed him over the line. Maybe just came in a little bit too hot and a bit too shallow into the first hairpin, but wow, what a run from both guys. That was unbelievable. I like that one now, I did, Mike. I like that one.
Will Gibbs' PS looks really good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I don't think silver would look good on a PS, but it does. And we can confirm, taking the win is Danny Mcguire.
He moves on to our quarterfinals.
He does move on to our quarterfinals. Quarterfinals. We're on quarterfinals now, aren't we?
That's what the computer says in front of us, Mike.
What the computer says in front of us. Hasn't always told the truth, though, has it?
No. It moves up and down a lot, it does. Ooh.
Whoa. Whoa. I can see Craig Mcleod warming his tyres up, so we are going straight into our quarterfinals with Jack Mcwinney.
And Craig Mcleod, this should be a good one. Two guys who are driving ridiculously good today, so I cannot wait to see what to do.
Jack Mcwinney, first place qualifier to lead out 9th place qualifier, Crazy Craig
Mcleod.
Yeah, that's a lie for Jack Mcwinney again, isn't it? That's not how much horsepower he has.
It's not a lie, he had it. Doesn't have it anymore. So here we go, big flicks.
With Jack Mcwinney now, he makes another dive as they come into the first hairpin. Huge dive from Craig Mcleod. Gets right on the door of Jack Mcwinney. Jack Mcwinney's on a beautiful lead line low, opening the door right for Craig Mcleod. A bit of a weird line for Craig Mcleod. He maintains his proximity all the way around the last line. The door of Jack Mcwinney is across the line.
Absolutely brilliant run from both guys. Craig maybe a little bit shallow in the second hairpin.
Yeah, that's a bit of an odd transition. Didn't really work, but he's somehow made it work.
It worked out.
Remarkable.
He did stay there, but like, look at this from both guys. Absolutely full throttle through this section. Door on door. It's exactly what we came here to see, Mike.
Yeah, so I just want to see
Here's
what
the
happened on
transition now, look. Just
Yeah, he just kind of found himself on the inside too much. Didn't wash, but still maintain the proximity.
Yeah.
Not the nicest line, but maintain the proximity through that second hairpin and then across.
Oh, I'm going to be excited for the second half of this one. So it's Craig to lead and Jack to chase. Both cars on the line, waiting the signal from the tower. Here we go. So we see Craig tearing down the straight, but look at Jack Mcwinney, he is tucked in right behind him. Craig putting the foot down now, trying to pull the gap. Jack's not letting him get anywhere. Both cars side by side coming into the diesel zone. This is unbelievable chase ride from Jack Mcwinney. Craig Mccloud on the perfect line, but look at Jack Mcwinney, he takes off the back bumper, coming through the left, foot to floor, giving it absolutely everything. Teesside makes some noise. I finally got to say it, Mike.
I love how excited you are.
Man, how do you not get excited with driving like that?
Unbelievable driving. Jack
Brilliant.
Nudging Craig Mcleod round that final hairpin. Oh, what a joy to watch.
Jack Mcwinney just went into beast mode. That's what he did there. That was savage. I definitely want to see a replay of that one.
I want to see it one more time of that one.
Look at the cars, they're just wrecked.
Oh, brilliant bit of driving. Look. Just
look at this.
Jack Mcwinney right on Craig Mcleod the whole time. Look at the dive into the first hairpin. They're literally touching almost all the way through. Jack Mcwinney, what a chase driver. Look at that transition. Just no care at all. I am coming through and I am on your rear quarter the whole way. And he makes
that basically means you might be going for a championship, but I'm going for a podium.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant bit of driving between Craig Mcleod and Jack Mcwinney. Here we go. Here we go in the quarterfinals. And Jack Mcwinney takes the win, ladies and gentlemen.
You just need to take a moment.
What's the difference in driving? What's happening?
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty.
Thank you.
Okay, so we took our minute. You're back, you good? I'm good, I'm back down now, I'm back down.
But we've got Max Fleckney against Minelga next.
And we're going straight back up. We're going straight back up.
So, Max Fleckney, an absolute animal in the chase position, but Minelga has been flying today. His car is so fast on this track. I think if anyone can keep up with Max can.
Yeah. I think lap after lap, poor Max's K70 is just starting to fall apart around him. But he's happy, he is having fun.
Minelga needs to keep up with Max Fleckney to start off with. I don't think the pace is the problem. I just don't know whether he's got the precision to stay on the rear quarter of Max Fleckney. But let's have a look as they leave the line. Massive flick from Max Fleckney. But Minelga's right with him now. Is he going to make a dive into the first hairpin? Oh, a tiny bit of separation, not quite as close as we've seen before. Max Fleckney on a beautiful lead line. Minelga makes a dive through the smoke onto the rear quarter. He regains some proximity as they come up the hill. He does, uses that horsepower of that 300 ZX to climb back onto the side of Max Fleckney's car.
What a brilliant run from both guys. Absolutely. Ignis in the chase position there now was so entertaining to watch. Like, maybe a small bit of an over-rotation in the last hairpin, but like, he did well to stay in that fight.
Yeah, I think he could have gone for a little bit more proximity. I don't think there's... I don't think he doesn't have an excuse power-wise. Like, he should have been there. Like
you see here, he kind of over-rotates, Max gets a bit of a gap, puts the foot down, and he's straight back up there.
Yeah.
Like.
So, well, let's swap them around, and I am very excited to see the battle the other way around of Max Fleckney in the chase position. This is where Max Fleckney resides. This is where he likes to live.
It's his habitat.
Yeah,
his natural habitat.
That is right, his habitat. You sound like a hermit crab. I don't know why that came to me.
Of all things, when the word habitat, you'd have a hermit crab.
I don't know why.
Oh. Right. Okay, the tower gives signal. Here we go. It's Ignis to lead. It's Max to chase. Max is going to have to be stuck to the side of that 300 ZX, and he is from the off. Ignis has the power advantage. Oh, look! And Fleckney! What a dive! On the door! No! Oh! Max, our heart goes out for you, because that was like the dive of the weekend. Ignis is doing not a thing wrong. Brings it over the line, but that one hurt. That one hurt.
I'm a bit sad.
Man, that dive after
That
clip
was
2 by
so
Fleckney, that was so good.
That was so cool.
Aggressive.
Oh, I just wish he'd managed to
Here it is, here, look. Oh,
just a little bit wide, just on that concrete. Once you get on that concrete, you can't. It's so much slippier than the tarmac. I just couldn't hold on to it. Oh, Max. What are you doing to him?
You're killing us, man. You're killing us.
We'll move on to... I mean, we need to get the results from this, but I'm pretty sure
we know it, yeah. Absolutely massive round of applause for Ignis Minelga and Max Fleckney. Brilliant driving from both guys.
And we can... Ooh. They can confirm Ignis Minelga takes the win. Just that mistake from Max Fleckney, uncharacteristic mistake from Max Fleckney.
Just pushing that a little bit too hard.
Up next we have Josh Payne versus Dermot Canavan. Josh Payne in the lead position, Dermot in the chase position.
As you think Dermot's down in power, you think he's just not what he usually is.
It's just a car's normally very, very fast, and now it's just fast.
Yeah. Fingers crossed he gets it sorted.
Yeah, so anyway, Josh Payne in the lead position. Drives, look how fast Josh Payne's car is. The massive flick entry. Dermot makes it. Yes, Dermot. Can he hold on to it? Oh, a little bit of an over-rotation, so now there's a bit of separation. Can he make another dive again? He cuts the track. He does dive really back onto the quarter of Josh Payne's car. Makes another dive through the center. Can he hold on to it? Josh Payne just driving away, Dermot barely hanging on right at the end. So that looks like Dermot's car's a bit faster now. He's got some pace from somewhere.
Do you know what Dermot does for a living, yeah? He's a tuner. So maybe he did get pace from somewhere.
Just like that.
This dive here though, like just, yeah, and then he had to throw it on big angles of eye contact. Did very well not to hit Josh, but that split second looked the proximity that Josh gained from it. But Dermot did very well, as you say. Yeah, he was a bit cutting the track in this bottom section to get back in there. Did a good job not to make contact.
Right, we'll swap them around. Dermot in the lead position. Nice slow replay as we get the cars lined back up again. They are lined up and ready to go. Dermot in the lead position, Josh Payne chasing. What does Josh Payne have?
Okay, so both cars leave the line. Josh is going to have to be stuck to the back of that white PS13. But look at Canavan, he's coming out like a man possessed. And here is the speed we know from Dermot Canavan. Coming into the Teesside zone now, washed one wheel a small bit wide, but does a very good job to keep it on the track. Lovely wide line through the first hairpin, Mike. Snap back around and perfect transition. Josh Payne is there, but just not the proximity like we want to see. Josh Payne needs to get stuck to his door, but there is putting the gap over the finish line. Brilliant run from both guys.
Very good run, not quite the proximity we were hoping for from both drivers, but a clean run at least, and a very good line from Dermot Canavan. I think that's the best line he's run all day. I'll have to leave it up to the judges because I don't know.
It's going to be a close one, that is. I could be thinking the word one more time. Could be one more time, you never know.
Maybe, Mike, maybe.
You see here now, Josh showing him that dive from Dermot. If he'd have held that, it would have been unbelievable. It's such a good job though to get back into it. Small bit of a cut the track, but he is right with Josh there coming through them hairpins.
The judges made a decision. Having a good debate. We knew they'd have a good debate.
Yeah, no, that's a close one. They're very, very similar runs.
The suspense is killing me. Now they're watching another replay. Just looking to see where the proximity was gained or lost from each driver. Very nice lead line from Dermot.
Yeah. Not bad chase from Josh. Just
no,
he just needed to get in that bit closer. Yeah, that's all it was.
Just a touch closer.
He did.
Tough decision, Mike.
Yeah. I would not want to be a judge for this one. No, I couldn't. After watching both runs again there now, and you know, normally we can kind of.
Yeah, we've got a good idea.
We know where it's going, but they were such similar runs. Credit to both guys.
The suspense, man. Who is going through to the semi-finals? Oh, come on, judges. You can't make us wait like this.
Yeah, if we feel like this, imagine how they feel sitting in the cars.
It's just getting more and more tense.
Yeah. It's kind of awkward now, we can't even talk.
It's just like I don't want to say it. Oh, let it go one more time.
Just obviously the judges couldn't separate them. So we're going to see them go again.
Right, we will get that one more time at battle in a minute. In the meantime,
Danny Mcguire
Mcguire
versus Harvey Moore. Harvey Moore has had a tough day.
He has had a very difficult day, and I fear his day is only getting harder with Danny Mcguire. A couple of war wins there for Danny Mcguire, getting quite close to things.
Oh, nice. That was cool. That was very cool.
That little flick down.
He knew what he was at.
Danny Mcguire leads out Harvey Moore to chase.
Oh, look.
Nice big entry from Danny Mcguire. Can Harvey Moore hold on to it? No, it's a bit of separation now as Danny Mcguire drives away. Harvey Moore needs to make a dive. Can he do it? Big over rotation from Danny Mcguire. Harvey Moore can take advantage of the second hairpin, and he does. He does use that to get of Danny Mcguire's car, but it is so powerful it just drives away. And Harvey Moore, unfortunately, just could not keep up.
I need to see a replay again from the start now, because it just looked. See with Danny, watch the speed he's coming in. Like, I think he's just coming in faster and faster as the runs go on. Like, Harvey did a good job not to go off there. Like, I think that's where the proximity came, is he had to back off throttle, or he was going up in the grass and the tyres. But
they both over rotate into that first hairpin.
Yeah.
Danny nearly over rotates again.
Throwing him on big angle, but it actually kills momentum a lot as well.
Yeah. So not the proximity we would like to see from a battle.
So as we switch them around, it's Harvey to lead and Danny to chase. Harvey is coming up hard, but look at Danny Mcguire throwing it in tight behind him, and he was right with him there. Harvey's just washing wide, and he's starting over rotate. He's getting Danny straight back into this battle now. Watch the transition, lovely transition from both guys as Danny trying to claw back in. Harvey's doing absolutely anything he can to get away from that monstrous S15, but Danny is right with him there coming over the finish line. I'll go back down to that first section there, you know.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a weird between 2 and 3.
I think Danny Mcguire had better proximity though, so and there was over rotations in
both sides.
Both sides.
Yeah.
I reckon Danny might just have got that. But we know nothing.
No. See what the judges think about this one.
Let's hope it's a faster decision than the last one.
Yeah. They kept us on our toes for a while, didn't they?
I can confirm Danny Mcguire takes the win, ladies and gentlemen. Harvey Moore. If they're ready, Josh Payne and
Jeremy Canavan.
Canavan.
This is for the last slot in our semi-finals.
Okay, whilst we wait for those cars to get ready for their final battle, we are going to go and hear a word from our sponsors.
Drifting can be the most demanding motorsport in the world. My name is June Main. The high RPMs required to keep my tires spinning and rubber burning are brutal on engine oil. That's why Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer was formulated for performance on the track and the highway. Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer keeps my power on for split-second decisions, making every shift and turn count. When it comes to my engine and engine oil, I give it every advantage with Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer.
Link ECU produce standalone engine management technology with a range of products that allow you to unleash the power of your engine. Acting as your car's brain, our ECUs control electronic fuel injection and ignition. A magnitude of sensor inputs and outputs ensure your engine exceeds your expectations. Built-in safety features guarantee engine protection, and data logs keep you informed on its performance. Smoke your tyres and not your engine with a world-leading Link ECU.
Tarmac Sports.
So we have up now Josh Payne and Dermot Canavan.
One more time, the boys know what's going on. They figured each other out. This is going to be a good one.
So Josh Payne is in the lead position. Dermot in the chase position. Josh Payne. Off we go. Dermot. A puff of black smoke out the back of Dermot's car. I think he's turned that thing up a little bit as they come flying through into the first hairpin. Dermot not giving Josh Payne an inch this time. He's keeping right up with him. Josh Payne on a lovely wide lead line. Dermot just needs to be a little bit more aggressive in his transition there. Left a little bit behind. Josh Payne climbs up the hill and away from Dermot Canavan. They have a gap forming there right at the end, Mike.
Dermot was with him 3/4 way through, and in the last section just seemed Josh pulled the gap over the finish line. Not sure if it's to do with like upshift, changing gears or whatever it is, but it's definitely something, Mike.
Definitely something, Mike.
Definitely something. That's all I can say.
definitely isn't anything. Definitely isn't nothing.
Definitely was a thing, okay?
It's not
Got that.
nothing.
It's not nothing.
It's definitely a thing.
So we see lovely first section though from both guys. Dimmer just tucks back, and now here you see he starts to reel him in. Beautiful. It's a lovely first section or first hairpin here for both guys. Look at that.
Really good. Dermot just needed to transition a little bit earlier and make that dive, but he stayed out wide and he lost that proximity as he comes around the last corner. What are you pointing to?
I'm just seeing there, Dermot, as he's coming up to the second last clip. I don't know, it's like he just has to let off. Maybe he's washing too wide, like he's going to go out and hit the tyre bells there. Maybe, I'm not sure.
There was quite a lot of smoke in that area, and I can't say for sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll have Dermot lead out Josh Payne now as they come flying down the start straight, and a huge initiation from the drivers. Really nice initiation from Josh as he makes a dive onto the side of Dermot's car. They come around the first hairpin. Josh is there to make a statement. Will he make the dive back? What a dive! Through the smoke. To the back of Dermot's car as they come through the last corner, and Josh Payne is right with Dermot.
No, that was a good run, that was. Fair play to Josh Payne. Absolutely threw it all in there, and it worked out perfect for him. He was able to stay with Dermot, stuck with him for majority of the lap.
Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant chase run.
Yeah, loads of proximity here from Josh Payne. It's a transition between the two.
This dive now coming up is just...
There we go, look, just...
That's artwork, Mike.
Yeah,
artwork.
Nearly touched, just perfect. We'll get them lined up and see if the judges have a decision for us.
This is for the last spot in the semi-finals.
Yeah. And there we have it, the winner is Josh Payne, ladies and gentlemen. And unfortunately, that is the end of the day for Dermot. He fought hard.
He did fight hard.
Dermot
he really did.
Fought very hard today.
And he's doing a serious burnout today. And then there was 4, Mike.
Then there was 4. We are in our top 4.
Jack Mcwinney.
Good drivers. Now, did you predict any of these drivers at the start of the day? Because I did not. Not one.
I would have maybe said Jack was on it, but he'd be the only one.
Jack,
a lot of my predictions fell apart.
I didn't predict Danny because in practice there were some shaky moments, but he's here nonetheless. He's done this before.
Yep.
He always does well at Teesside, doesn't he?
He does.
Very good. So for our first battle in the top 4, we have
Jack Mcwinney
versus Igis Minelga. Do we have cars on the start line? I can see them warming up. Yes, Jack Mcwinney is in the lead position. Igis coming up to the chase position now. Igis are very happy to be here in the top 4. This is for fight to see who goes in first, or first, second, third, or fourth.
Okay, so here we go. We have Jack throwing it in. Bit of separation there. Igis is doing anything he can to try and get back in. Jack is on a lovely lead line, but look at that dive from Igis Minelga. He is right with Jack Mcwinney there. Beautiful transition from both guys as he's pushing at him. Just a bit of contact. He has to stall up. Jack is now starting to pull a gap as they come through the last bit and over the finish line. Maybe Igis just a little bit too eager.
I think he just over-rotated slightly around that second hairpin a little bit, didn't he? And then lost a load of ground, but still not too bad. There was a bit of separation at the start, but I mean, that first corner's got to be really scary to be close with.
Yeah. See there, maybe Igis even thought Jack was kind of washing into the tyres. Jack did very well to stay out on the tar.
Yeah, very close for Igis. Was there contact?
I think it was just a slight one, but he kind of backed off a bit.
Yeah, maybe. Hard to tell from that camera angle. So we'll swap them around. As they're checking the wheel, maybe there was a little bit of contact there. Jack Mcwinney now in the chase position. And Aegis Minelga, I've just heard, has called a 5-minute rule.
Did anyone tell you why he called a 5-minute rule? No.
We don't know why he's called a 5-minute rule, but I imagine there was a slight bit of contact. I imagine that was right. There was a bit of contact
at the end there when you doubted me,
and he just that one.
Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
and
sorry, just means you're wrong. It's fine.
Look, yes,
I was wrong. I apologize.
I was wrong. I apologize. Take it back.
I take it back. So Jack will be rolled back, and he'll have to wait in the gridding area for Ignis to return, so he can continue on the second half of this battle.
Okay, so we are going to take a short break whilst we get some cars ready. here we go. This is Josh Payne.
Josh Payne
versus Danny Mcguire.
Here we go, Rubber Duck. This is it. I am really excited for this one. See, look how concentrated Josh Payne is. Like, he's normally such a happy, smiley, having fun guy, but he is taking this so serious right now.
He is unbelievably fixated forwards. Look, not bothered by the camera in any way, shape or form. And here we have Danny Mcguire finished warming his tyres up. Quick check to make sure the bonnet doesn't come off.
Safety first.
Safety first. Danny Mcguire a little bit less focused, but
just singing in the
very happy to
there he is. Like, singing along. Clap along, everybody.
Ready? Here we go. Josh Payne leading out Danny Mcguire as they come hammering through into the first end. Glued to the side of Josh Payne's car as they come through into the first end. A huge dive again from Danny Mcguire. As long as he doesn't over-rotate, you can just find another. Will he make a dive again through the smoke? And he does make a little bit of proximity now as he's coming up the hill. They go through the last hairpin and a little bit of a gap.
Man, I thought you were going to fade halfway through that run there. I was ready to jump in any minute, like, to give you a breather, but fair play to Mike Walton and fair play to Danny Mcguire. Did you see that initiation?
Yeah,
that was unbelievable.
Awesome. He just, he loses a bit of pace halfway through the lap, which is a bit strange. I don't know why he can't get back on the side of Josh Payne still, but
look at that.
So
lovely.
brilliant to hear. Makes the transition, then loses a load of pace. You think he might have over-rotated there.
Big angle through
there, so then just couldn't keep the pace up right at the end. And Josh Payne just drove away at the end there, look.
The aggression.
Sparks will be flying at the second half of this battle.
Josh Payne has a serious chase run ahead of him now.
Yeah, really.
He needs to commit from the start to the finish. Do not let Danny Mcguire get away.
Right. Danny Mcguire, and he's going to have to try and drive away now. It's going to be a desperate one. Danny Mcguire lead out.
Josh Payne to chase. So as both cars come down, look at the flick from Mcguire. Oh, look at Josh Payne. He's tucked right in there. Danny Mcguire's doing anything to get away from him, but Josh Payne is still with him. Danny just watching the pit wide, dropping one wheel there at clip 3. Does very well to avoid the tyres and stay on track. Oh, look at that! Josh Payne through the close.
So insane that Mike flung his chair across the commentary booth. That was mental.
That's the drifter we've been waiting for.
Wow, Josh Payne.
Man.
Wow, that was intense.
You just won my heart, Josh Payne, with that one dive through the smoke. That was just unbelievable. Can we please see a replay?
Yeah, we need to watch it. Let's watch the replay again. Literally, the chair went flying across the room. What's going on today? Yeah, right. So through the smoke.
Like he was with him, but he wasn't down with him.
No, huge dive and then pushing him around. We lose him for a little bit of the smoke. Can't see what's going on there, but wow, that dive was absolutely intense.
Intense is the exact word to use for that dive.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's a nerve-wracking time now.
Right, judges. Who actually won that? Because although that was and Danny Mcguire takes the win. So I think we will have to hear from the judges about that decision, please.
Okay, if you look at the first run with Josh leading, Danny has really good proximity, especially coming into clip 3. He has a really good dive into clip 3, through clip 4 and out to 5. And then there's a bit of separation from there on. But if you actually look at that over the full run, it's easy enough to pull a bit of a gap from 6 to 7, because a lot of that is about horsepower and a little bit about your line coming to it. But getting proximity into 3, 4 and 5 really close is a much more difficult thing to do, and is rewarded higher, because of that. When you swap them around, then Danny again has a really decent lead run. Josh is on less angle, especially coming into 3. He's not matching angle, and he has an error at clip 5. He actually, he does the transition. He makes a little bit of contact there, and then he falls away from the end. So over both runs, Danny Mcguire takes it.
So there you have it. It's not always as clear cut as we at first assume. I even know how excited we get.
We get excited by cool things, but the judges look for the technical things.
Yeah. So we have the second part of the battle now between Jack Mcwinney and Igis Minelga. Igis Minelga will now lead out Jack Mcwinney. He's repaired the steering rack. It was a broken steering rack, by the way. Steering arm, by the way. And Igis Minelga flies down into the first hairpin. Jack Mcwinney hot on his tail. Look, as he makes a dive onto the door of Igis Minelga. They come round. Will he make the transition? Lost an angle from Igis Minelga. Jack Mcwinney not managing to claw back some of that room, though. I thought he would be a lot closer at the end, but Igis Minelga driving away over the line.
Just both guys seemed to over-rotate coming into the second hairpin, and there was just a bit of a delay getting going again.
So we'll see here a big flick, and Jack Mcwinney gets off to a good start. He goes to make the dive here. Gets on the side of Igis Minelga's door.
You see, though, it's just after the transition, what Jack's kind of over-rotates a bit, slows it down, and Ignis does a small bit here. I don't know.
And there was contact after the first battle.
Yeah. I don't know what way the judge are going to go with this one.
It's going to come down to very minor technicalities, Mike.
Yeah.
And the judges obviously is not as clear cut as we thought. But
the Aegis fan crowd are going in his.
Yeah, I can hear some Aegis chanting. Can we get some Jack Mcwinney chanting going at the same time?
Can hear something down there. We can hear something down there.
Oh, we go. Oh, I can confirm to take the win is Jack Mcwinney! He will go into the first and second place battles, and Igis Minelga is not the end of the day for him, as he will go into the third and fourth place.
And we have our final two battles.
We have our final two battles. So in our playoff next, we have Josh Payne versus Igis Minelga. You're gonna have to wait a little bit for that, whilst Josh Payne and I imagine Igis as well to get their tyres.
And then we have our final. Jack Mo.
here we are for our third and fourth place playoff. Josh Payne versus Edgel Minelga. Josh Payne just finished warming his tyres up there. He'll have a check of his bonnet to make sure that's not going to flip up. And then Edgel Minelga will join in the chase position.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. Both guys are chasing like animals today, and maybe Edgel with a small bit of a power advantage, but Josh is just really gelled with this track.
So let's see, 500 horsepower versus 650 horsepower. E36 300 ZX, quite a rare car nowadays to see still drifting, but doing very well. We're in the third and fourth place playoff, so it's definitely working for him. Quick check of Iggis's car. We'll get the go ahead. Send these two guys off.
And they are away,
They go. Josh Payne to lead in Edgel Minelga. Nice flick from Josh Payne, like we've seen Edgel Minelga trying to get on the rear quarter of Josh Payne's door. Not quite finding it, but he makes a dive down to the first hairpin. Just stalls up a little bit mid-corner. Not quite having the proximity that we need from the third and fourth player. As they come through the last corner, Josh Payne driving away from Edgel Minelga. Just not really having a proper answer for Josh Payne this time.
Edgel with a bit of a scrappy chase run, but like, credit to Josh, that was a very, very nice lead run.
That was a nice
he didn't
lead run,
put a foot wrong whatsoever, so I'm excited to see what happens when we switch him around.
So, yeah. Edgel Minelga just not making anywhere near the impact that we were hoping for a third and fourth place playoff. But I mean, usually you'd see him right up with Josh Payne. I don't know why he's just lingering back just a little bit. Well, let's swap him around and see what happens with Edgel in the lead. Josh Payne. All he needs to do is get that little bit closer to Edgel.
Yeah, just keep the proximity in there, and then hopefully we've done enough to get the turn second on the podium. But look, there we go. Both guys fighting out for that last step on the podium. It's Edgel to lead. Josh Payne to chase. Look at Edgel. Now he's found the speed, like the speed he didn't have in the first half. Josh Payne doesn't know what to do. He's trying to stick on the qualifying line, doing the best to get close. Edgel is slowly pulling the gap, but Josh is doing absolutely anything to catch him in the hairpins as he's pushing wide. Look at Edgel. He's starting to crawl the gap. Josh Payne slightly just cuts the track a little bit, trying to stay there, but doesn't have an answer for the power of Edgel.
I mean, it's a much of a muchness, one way or the other.
It's like the swapped engines and both lead runs.
Why?
Like.
You both need to try harder. There is no way to it. This is third and fourth place, not top 32, boys.
Yeah, but come on, you come on. Up there, like, I've seen you go faster. See here, I thought Josh was back in it, and then just Edgel starts to pull the gap again, and that was it, Tough one for our judges.
So we just need to find out whether the judges have a decision.
Yeah, we'll won't be giving this result out. We will be giving this one at the podium.
The judges do have a decision. Excellent. So we are now going to move on to our final of the day with Jack Mcwinney,
Danny Mcguire
versus Danny Mcguire.
I'm getting excited now for this one.
We need fireworks this one. Come on, boys.
Oh, we are going to get fireworks in this one, I think. Well, I don't know why we need fireworks in this one, because after the top 32 we had today, I think we had everything. We had everything. There you are. 330, 650.
Danny Mcguire's missed his son's first birthday to be here, and he's definitely getting on the podium. So
that's
at least that's at least he's getting on the podium. It might miss his son's birthday, but at least he's getting on the podium, for sure.
Did you ever miss your son's birthday for a drift event?
No, I don't think I have yet.
Yes, I loved the way you said yes.
Well, mine's old enough I can bring him with me now.
Yeah, that's fine. Me, I just have 3 dogs.
Do you even know what their birthdays are?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah?
Dogs have birthdays, they get steak and party hats and, you know.
they?
Yeah, we go to the dog
That
park.
sounds better than my birthday.
Yeah, I like my dogs. I love my dogs. But enough about my dogs. We're here for the final.
Right, we have Jack Mcwinney to lead out Danny Mcguire. Jack Mcwinney on an absolute flyer of a day today. As he leaves the line, just clips that cone. Can Danny Mcguire keep up? He's right on the back end of Jack Mcwinney as they come into the first hairpin. A little bit of separation. Danny Mcguire a little bit wide. He needs to make that dive. He needs to tighten up the line. Can he make a dive? Really smoke. It nearly comes together. Just closes up that proximity as they come over the last clip over the line.
What a chase run from Danny Mcguire. I don't know. Coming into that last hairpin there, I don't know how he got away with that.
He got himself right tucked up there and somehow managed to keep going. That was, very remarkable from Danny Mcguire. But I still think we can see a little bit more proximity from these guys. Danny Mcguire running a little bit wide and a little bit too much rotation there for the chase position.
Oh, he just had to stall up and let Jack transition and then dive back in after him. It was really cool, that was.
Come over the line, let's swap them round. We will have Danny Mcguire in the lead position and Jack Mcwinney will be trying to glue himself to the side of that S15 as both of those cars line up for
the last time.
Or
could it be
maybe the last battle of the day, or we shall see.
Potentially.
Lee Lawrence gives the second and first place, and they are off.
Here we go.
Danny Mcguire to lead. Jack Mcwinney in the chase position makes a huge dive onto the quarter. Danny Mcguire makes another dive as they come through into the first hairpin. Jack Mcwinney's not letting Danny Mcguire go. Almost touching through the first hairpin. He makes a dive for the smoke. Then he takes on the back of Danny Mcguire's car. Jack Mcwinney is on the rear quarter of Danny Mcguire as they come down the last corner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for that battle. Absolutely amazing.
That was a little bit. We got a replay straight away. Look at this.
Huge flick, and Jack Mcwinney is just with him the entire time. Very long handbrake.
Very long handbrake drag. Look, that massive angle there. Danny using all the lock. Jack does so well not combined. And that transition through the smoke, absolutely beautiful. Sticks it right on the quarter panel, and he stays there. What a final.
What a final. So we need to find out whether our judges have a decision.
The nervous wait.
Oh, the judges do have a decision. So we are going to go down to the podium, ladies and gentlemen. You can make your way onto the track as well to come and greet these drivers as they take their places on the podium today.
Absolute. It was just one of them days. Yeah, it was just one of them mayhem days. That's what that was. We've seen it all. We've had the ups, downs. It was an emotional roller coaster, but we got there in the end, and what a final.
Yeah. That was the final we deserved.
Yeah.
After all that.
After all that, we paid our dues. That's what we did. So we'll just wait to get the other two cars down, get the drivers over to the podium, get the preparations ready. As Mike already said, everyone's in attendance, make your way down. Come on down, celebrate with these guys, show them your support. They really, really deserve it.
We'll get those cars lined up. And get the drivers over to the podium. If the carnage today is anything to go by, what's Pro Day tomorrow going to be like, Mike?
I don't know. I'm afraid. If I got that hype today, imagine what's going to happen tomorrow.
If I were you, I'd get yourselves down here in
100%.
person to have a look, because and this is just Pro 2, and there was unbelievable amounts of carnage today. So Pro is going to be absolutely insane.
The only place to watch this is really from the bank. I spent up the top of that bank Friday watching Pro practice, and my jaw was on the floor with some of the driving.
The atmosphere here at Teesside is absolutely unbelievable.
And this weekend the pros are on a completely different level, and I am expecting absolute bangers of battles from the very start.
It is definitely going to be something to watch.
So as we just await getting the drivers to the podium. Okay, we got 3 there. 4. I see 4 of them. What do you think?
Let a few more people get down to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself down to the podium as we do the announcements in. So, in for our hard charger today, we have Dermot Canavan.
Massive round of applause for Dermot. Put on a show all day long. Well deserved.
And now for the podium. Get his prize. For the podium, in 3rd place today at Teesside, we have Josh Payne. And a round of applause, everyone, for Minelga in 4th position. Now, next place on the podium, 2nd place on the podium. It's a tense one.
It's a tight one. Yeah. You have the power. You can hold it. You can make them wait longer if you want.
People have made me wait today. In 2nd place, we have Danny Mcguire, which means your 1st place position today is Jack Mcwinney. And that's it from us at the Tower. We will see you again tomorrow at 11:50 for the Pro qualifying. Bye.
Drifting can be the most demanding motorsport in the world. My name is June Main. The high RPMs required to keep my tires spinning and rubber burning are brutal on engine oil. That's why Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer was formulated for performance on the track and the highway. Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer keeps my power on for split-second decisions, making every shift and turn count. When it comes to my engine and engine oil, I give it every advantage with Lucas Synthetic Oil Stabilizer.
Link ECU produce standalone engine management technology with a range of products that allow you to unleash the power of your engine. Acting as your car's brain, our ECUs control electronic fuel injection and ignition. A magnitude of sensor inputs and outputs ensure your engine exceeds your expectations. Built-in safety features guarantee engine protection, and data logs keep you informed on its performance. Smoke your tyres and not your engine with a world-leading Link ECU.
Tarmac Sports.